Well, good afternoon, everybody. Gather back around here in just a few minutes. We'll be getting our Market Heifer Show underway. Again, welcome here to the Classic. Very excited to have everybody in. The sun is shining, the temperatures are just warming up. And, Susan, you've been here all week, and I don't know how many exact temperature swing it is, but it's a long way since Monday, isn't it?
Yeah, when we were 22 below and now we're 37 above, we'll take it.
Lots of smiles. And again, welcome. Enjoy your afternoon. There's a tremendous commercial trade show here. So make sure you go on the north side of the ring here, visit with all of our sponsors. Final Drive and Sullivan are back here. We've got some great boutiques. I know Rob and Jody Cooper are over here. Janice Wolfinger with Zinpro. Thank you to everybody with Kubota. Enjoy your afternoon at the Classic, and want to do a shout out to KRVN. KRVN has been one of our major sponsors since the start of the Classic in 1991. And it's truly my honor to work with the lady next to me all year long, and very honored to have her as our official MC here today, Miss Susan Littlefield.
Well, thank you so much, Burnett. And of course, welcome again, everybody, back ringside as we get underway with our junior market show. Our first class set to enter the ring has 8 entries in it, and it's Market Heifer class number 1. They'll be coming in from 645 to 778 in weight.
Well, we're going to have a lot of fun today. We've got our market show going on. Remember, after our market show is our classic premier heifer selection. And that is for all the boys and girls that bought heifers at our breed sales this week. They bought them yesterday on the fancy heifer sale. Then we'll have the classic premier steer show. And Susan, you and I have spent a lot of time talking about our scholarship, and it's basically a reward program for boys and girls. They get signed up, they join us for a full year's worth of activities. We'll take them on an education tour this summer, and they'll get to be a part of the pop up, which Susan, you've seen firsthand that pop up show. We hold it in a tent out here on the north side of the grounds. Usually it's 100 plus.
Except for this last year, it was perfect.
Perfect. And you know what? We'll get over 200 boys and girls there, breeders there with their bull calves and getting ready for our state fair. Plus, we'll be back here in October for the fall edition. So get signed up in that program if you made a purchase anytime this week at the Classic. I know we've got a lot of buyers from our sales that have arrived, or if you bought anything yesterday, my sales clerks are asking if you've made a purchase and you told us you were going to pay today. They would really like to have you come up there and get your settlement made. So if you're needing to write a check for bull, heifer, steers, please go to the front, see Jim and Neva, and get settled up. Thank you.
We get into our first class of market heifers, and certainly some give or take all the way through. Lots of differences structurally. And where you decide to draw that line will probably be based, your preferences might differ just slightly from me. But one thing I was for certain of from the moment this young man's black and white female walked in the ring, I knew she was going to be the direction we'd build the class on. Talk about one that's so high neck, so good in terms of her looseness of spine, really like just her arm size, robustness to her center body, and the look that she can give you. I thought of the group, she's bar none the most comfortable in her shoulder. It sits onto her body the tidiest. If we're going to get a bit picky on her, I think you start studying the build to her rear leg. Even though her reach and her length of stride is incredibly good, you can get glimpses of her where she's hyperextending her hock. But again, a loose structured female, like to tweak her in those regards. Nice way to start. I think from there, there's some decisions to be made, but no doubt the next wolfiest one that comes is the young lady's yellow female. Now, she's not going to ever be the biggest, but I think when you look outside that, I think there's way too much good in terms of her width of chest, the way she blows up big out of the backside of her shoulder, in terms of her forerib as well. A big ended, big boned kind of a female that when she finally settles in and behaves herself can certainly give you an awfully good look. Just needs to get more time in the ring, just get a bit more comfortable. Occasionally, you'll catch her flaring out in her elbow, and maybe I'd like to tweak her in those regards, but just a really nice heifer to go ahead and start. I like a lot of pieces about the roan female next. Extremely extended, really neat in terms of her bottom line, picked up in her chest, good in terms of her heart. She's got some sweep back in through her flank as well. I think her proportionality and raw muscle shape is where it needs to be. If we're going to get pickier on her, I'd change the shape to her toes. You start studying her go away, and the female that needs to be denser to the outer edges of her hoof wall could stand to be squared up and loosened up in terms of her hock and her pastern. We get to the next female, and I thought this decision between fourth and fifth was awfully competitive. To be honest, there's just so much more to the shaggier black female. She's bigger bodied, she's bigger ended, she's bigger backed. I have a bit more issues, though, with the way the female is more conventional up front. It's rocked forward in her shoulder, really wants to get shorter and steeper out of her hip, roach up in her loin. I'd like to make her more comfortable. I'd also like to make her softer in terms of her lower rib. We get to the red female. I love her look and silhouette from the side. One that is so good in terms of the flatness of her shoulder. I think she's sounder than arguably the two in front of her as well. Then the higher tail-headed heifer, though, it's no secret, just needs to be expanded in terms of her rib cage. I'm not ever sure she'll be woofy enough and soft enough in terms of her body cavity to feed and have the doability that I typically like to tie into. And that's where the good looking heifer sits today. We get the black and white heifer, and man, from Shorthorn. This one's hock and knee joint up. There's a lot to like. That is a big, robust center body that's fueled a tremendous amount of shape up high and from behind. Love her neck set as well. You start studying the way the lower joints work, though, and she needs to be laid back in her shoulder, laid back in her knee, and more conservative in the way she travels up front. Probably get a bit pickier on terms of her back leg as well. Overall, if we can fix her foot quality, if we can fix her hock and knee joint, it'd be a different story because I think that one would be fun to mate around if she was sounder. We get this one that's coming in next, and a good, solid kind of a female. I think she in this class just looked a bit plainer. We get her in motion. The heifer that needs to be expanded in her pin set just gets too tight in her spine and tight moving for me to buy into. Love the growth and performance that comes in the next female, where some of those market heifers were lacking. I certainly think she fits that. Really sound as well. I think in this group, though, we just get out horsed quite a bit. But congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them a big hand.
As we bring in class number 2 now, class 2 will have 8 entries from 790 to 850 in weight. Your results out of class 1. First goes to Med and Vote. Second is exhibited by Brooklyn Evans. Third to Josie Wilson. Fourth, exhibited by Brittany Samuelson. Fifth to Violet Nuss. Sixth is Owen Lassen. Seventh is to Brecken Meyer. And eighth to Claire Schnell. Again, this is class 2 of your market heifers. There are a total of 6 classes before your selection of your champion.
Oh, how are we? We get into this next class, and again, a pretty dominant winner by some margin. I think the young lady's got an awfully neat looking one that's presented to a T. Love her ear set, love the way her neck comes out of the top side of her skeleton. Just a really neat one in terms of having the right kind of woofiness to her center body and yet still giving you the right kind of balanced look. Even though I'd probably like to make her just a bit more relaxed in her knee and ankle, she's by some margin the soundest of the top three. It'll be interesting to see how she stacks up in our market heifer drive here in a bit. Two and three gave me a bit of trouble. And I'll be honest with you, I think you just have to pick where you lie structurally within the pair. Both of them need to be quite a bit better in terms of their rear leg travel. But at the end of the day, I think when you get the picture of this one from a 3/4 view, she is so much better in terms of the turn to her upper body. It's fueled quite a bit more up high. And I think the bigger pinned one just has more of a reason to maybe not handle her hock perfect. I'd love to rein her in, make her a bit more conservative and square and within her body as she comes and goes at you. Well, that's one that because her rib cage is so dense and so right, she still balances well. Female that's going to come in next is probably a bit higher and prouder in terms of her head and neck attachment. Again, another one that's great in terms of the proportionality of her bottom line. I like her foot size. I like her feature. You get off to a 3/4 view. She's pretty closed up in terms of her forerib. It translates to not having near as much out of the backside of her blade. And that shorter, steeper hipped female really needs to be squared up as she leaves you. The excessive set to her hock and the way she bows it for me just really detracts from her overall look and motion. We get this female in next, and I'm not sure if market heifer is necessarily where she fits because I think in this group, she looks a bit longer tying, a bit smoother, a bit more maternal in terms of her muscle type. And no doubt in my mind, she's the structural upgrade of the two in front of her. I think you just get just a flatter, plainer look. And I really wish she'd just be a bit nicer to the young lady and show herself off because I do think that one's looseness of skeleton and her refinement certainly could be an aid in this group where everything's just a nickel course. Two that come in next couldn't be more different. The young lady's black and white one's pretty conventional in terms of her look, pretty plain in terms of her hip when she gets in motion. And I think she's due for a hoof trim. She's awfully long in her toes. But I think when you really start breaking her down, she's better in terms of the set to her knee. She undoubtedly drives her heel a bit deeper into the dirt, and her advantage of just length of stride and a bit of athleticism, along with being better and easier feeding in terms of her body type to me, just made more sense to go ahead and put her over the red one. I like the red one's length and extension. She's harder and bigger muscled up high. You get in behind her though, and I'm not sure she's any bigger pinned, and she certainly wants to funnel to the surface and be a bit shorter toed and more up on her heel and not necessarily as athletic. Love to make her woofier in terms of her body type. Heifer that comes in next is really intriguing. And if you wanted to move her up a couple spots, I certainly wouldn't argue with you. She can give you an awfully good look. I just thought structurally when she leaves you, we're too far outside to really call it redeemable, but a very nice kind of a female. Again, a sounder option comes in next that's growthier. She's longer cannoned. I'm sure her mature weight will be quite a bit bigger in the same breath. We're just giving up some look and some horsepower to the cattle ahead of her. But let's give those kiddos a big hand.
And congratulations in your class two. First goes to Autumn Dietz, second exhibited by Wazy Lay, third goes to Karina Smirna, fourth is exhibited by Blakely Smith, fifth goes to Brooklyn Podozowski, sixth exhibited by Dustin Douglas, seventh is to Sydney Mintling, eighth exhibited by Charity Schnully. Class number three of our market heifers will be from 882 to 895.
Young lady's black and white heifer structurally, in my mind, just takes the lead. I think she's the best and the most durable in the shape to her feet. And as a result, I think you get her in motion or you get her standing. She's the most comfortable in her spine. I think she gives you the best look. Really good, just in terms of being heads up, long hipped, and athletic. In relation to a couple of the others, it'll be interesting to see if she's hard enough muscled, but I definitely like a lot of pieces. That's a big set of feet and legs that work relatively well. We get into this pair, and I probably spent just a bit more time on them. But I think when you look at it from the bigger picture, both of them need to be more athletic. Both of them need to be longer strided. This one's better necked. This one's better and longer out of her hip. And when she leaves you, I think her hock is just a bit more conservative in terms of when she leaves. Get into this next female. Lots of interesting pieces. Gosh dang it, is she stout. That is a big, big rib cage. Really tiny, neat neck. Her chest is still sits up in her and is picked up. I love her proportionality when the young lady gets her shown. I think, though, when you start analyzing her as she's in motion, she's just too rocked forward in her shoulder, too short and steep out of her hip. You get her going away, and she's just too straight and bowy in her hock. I'd love to just amplify her foot quality and see her a bit better. We get to this next female, and she is more athletic than the cattle ahead of her, even though I'd probably like to tweak her in some areas structurally. My biggest issue with her, though, is she's pretty much, for me, pushing the envelope in terms of her mature size. Not sure what her kill weight will be when it's all said and done. 'Cause her cannon bone's pretty short. She's pretty mature in terms of her head and awfully chunky at this stage of the game. But I like a lot of pieces about her, and I appreciate her for being looser in motion than the cattle ahead of her. Next pair of them are very similar. I think they need to be softer and better in terms of their body cavity. The dang sure need to be softer structured. Just thought the young man's heifer that's going to end up going in front has just a bit more in terms of internal dimension, just a bit bigger hip as she leaves you. We've got to fix her in terms of her rear structure. We round out with one of them that's really neat in terms of her neck. She's better growing than about a couple of them ahead of her. Unfortunately, like I said, just too tight and restricted in motion for me to truly buy in. But a great group of kiddos. Let's give them a big hand.
Entering now will be class number 4 of our market heifers from 918 up to 960. The results coming out of class 3. First will go to Grayson Katanchi. Second is to Claire Tromies. Third exhibited by Kylie Ayers. Fourth is to Briley Mickey. Fifth exhibited by Josh Martinson. And sixth to Cole Luby.
Without question, the best trio here at the top end, arguably probably the best class we've seen thus far in the Market Heifer Show. And I think it gets awfully close. And again, I think it comes down to personal preference. And in my eyes, I had to decide I was good enough with the heifer that's going to win as she leaves you. I'd love to square her up on the outside of her feet. But boy, I think once you look outside of that, that heifer does just a tremendous amount of good. I think she's actually more laid back in her shoulder, has more bend built into her knee. I like that she's bigger and more robust out of her forerib and out of the backside of her blade. That's a big backed, big ended one that's still longer hipped, looser hipped, and smoother down her top line when you get her in motion. Just a really nice heifer. Like I said, like to fix her as she leaves you, square her up on the outside of her feet. And if that's a bigger issue for you, then believe me, you're more than welcome to go ahead and tie into this yellow one because I think she brings just as much good into the terms of the table. Really high necked, really neat in terms of her presence. Love her just in terms of her balance quality when you get her from the side. I think where she gets just a bit, or I get just a bit pickier on her, is I read her to be just a bit more vertical in terms of her shoulder. I don't read her to be as woofy right there at the base of her heart or down her back. I think you study her in motion, even though she's squarer as she leaves you, she's just a bit tighter, just a bit shorter in her hip. But again, that is being awfully picky on two really nice heifers. I like the third place heifer a lot as well. I think foot size, feature, burliness, all of those things certainly go to her favor. In relation to the two hammers directly in front of her, I read her to be just a bit more forward at the base of her chest, just a bit snugger in terms of her heart, and not nearly as swoopy back in through her rear rib and flank. Just didn't think the female, who's just a bit stiffer on her ankle, balanced as well in terms of her underline. But the young man certainly is tough and has done an awfully good job sticking with it. Hey, the fourth place in this class is not a bad animal. In fact, I think that one's arm size, chest width, natural curve to the upper portion of her body is really intriguing. She can give you an awesome look, big legged, hairy. I think when we get her in motion, though, the way the shorter hipped female kind of wants to just be more excessive in terms of her hock, to me, just did not read nearly as attractive as the cattle in front of her. But hey, that's a really, really nice animal, young man. I'm sorry I had to put you fourth. We get into this next female, and I certainly think she probably is bigger from a growth standpoint than the one directly in front of her. I like pieces of her. I think structurally, though, we just got to relax her on both ends of her skeleton to move her up any, but one that can give you a good look as well. We round out the class with one that's good and dense in terms of her body, big ended. They got her down sheared today. Just don't think the heifer with some navel that's just a bit frailer is in the same league when we talk about quality and presence, but an awfully good group of kiddos. Let's give them a big hand.
That would ended yesterday. She's here to do some shopping. She came into town just to shop. Entering the ring now will be class 5 from 970 up to 995. The results coming out of class number 4. First, we'll go to Clayton Pribble. Second, exhibited by Easton Bowes. Third is to Weston Hanson. Fourth is to Leighton Held. Fifth to Genevieve Kramer. And sixth to Jaden Neighbor.
Well, again, welcome everybody here. What a beautiful afternoon to be at the Classic. And as you're watching your sons, daughters, grandchildren, enjoy your afternoon here at the Classic. We've got a tremendous trade show here. They are here all day today. Make sure and visit them. They're all on the north side, the front concourse. Of course, here on the south side of the ring, I know Randy Lenz is here with Perina. Work all your way over. Rob is sitting in the 701X booth. And I'll just kind of have a little fun with this, Susan. You know, you've heard Dee telling this story this week of how I met Rob with 701. We went to supper this summer. And I had actually come off of checking cows that day. And there was a bull missing in the pasture, and I took just talking about my day. And Rob says, "You know what, Renette? If you would have a 701X tag in that bull, you could look on your phone and see right where he's located at." So guys, if you want to learn about their product, they've got a great watering monitoring system so that you don't have to check those tanks every day all summer. So stop over. I know Rob is sitting in his booth. He's got a lot of different products and technology we've been talking a lot about here this week.
You know, it's just amazing how much that technology has changed and how much it's making it easier for that cattleman because you're spread thin anyways. And like you said, you get a missing bull. Who's got time to be wandering and wondering, okay, which neighbor's herd did he wander over to? You can look right there and you're set to go.
Spread thin is the key word. We all know there's not near enough people to get all the jobs done on the farm and the ranch. So visit with these guys. I know the Planter Works guys are over there. They've got some Milwaukee tools, some great patio furniture. So enjoy your afternoon here at the Classic.
Certainly up the ante in this next class, and it's deep all the way down the line. And again, I think the Market Heifer Show is subject to quite a bit of preference. We get these top end of them here, though, and to me, I think you just get one look at the young lady's ghost face female, and she is just so good in terms of her presence, her proportionality, heads up. Really good and flat in terms of her shoulder, laid back in her knee, and yet she's still plenty big enough in terms of the shape to her rib cage where she blows up behind it. Love her length and her levelness of hip, durability at the surface. Just a really nice heifer. You know, at the end of the day, though, I can play devil's advocate and say it's easier to be sounder when you just don't have as much to you. And that's where I'd like to change her. I think you watch her go away. She's narrower chested. She's narrower when she leaves you towards her base. I'd love to expand her and just make her better in those regards. But like I said, try to make one proportion like that, paint that kind of picture, and still be able to handle it. Man, that's pretty tough to do. And I think that's an awfully nice heifer. Thought there was a lot of give and take between the two cattle that come in next. And I'll be honest with you, slightly missed the black female when she first came in. And then as the class kept going, I was like, dang, she's awfully nice, really little and petite in terms of her head, her throat latch, her neck size. Yet she is so big in her upper body, really neat again in terms of her proportionality. I thought she was a bit flatter in terms of the point of her shoulder. I liked that she handled her hip better in motion, maintained some squareness, and maintained some levelness. If you're going to get picky on her, she probably could stand to be just a bit bigger through the base of her heart, just a bit softer in her lower belly. But again, a youthful, fresh kind of a heifer that certainly has all the fundamentals it takes to play down the line. I like a lot of things about the orange heifer that's coming in next. I think of the top trio, she's bar none, the most busted open, the biggest arm, the densest in terms of her center body. I love just her hip and the shape that she has to her stifle and lower quarter. Big footed kind of one as well. Where I got picky on her is I read her to just be the most conventional in terms of her look up front. I think that's a head only your mom could love. You start studying her out of her hip, and when you get her in motion, she's just a bit shorter, just a bit steeper, wants to come up in her jump muscle. But outside of that, I think she handles it beautifully in terms of her lower joints. A woofy one, just wish she was better in terms of her hip. Heifer that comes in next is really interesting. When she first came from the ring, I thought, man, that's a big set of feet and legs that work incredibly well. I think she does a lot of things awfully intriguing. She certainly looks the part today as well. It's a big ended kind of a female. She wants to pigeon in and roll as she goes away, but I beat her because as the class went on, she wanted to just sag and relax in terms of her back. I didn't read her to be as genuine in terms of her width and muscularity out of the backside of her shoulder. Hey, this is a good kind of a heifer that comes in next, and it stinks that she's just a bit shorter necked and just a bit steeper or deeper in terms of her chest and a bit longer toed, because I think just piece by piece, that heifer does a lot of things right. In this class, I thought she hit me as just a bit plainer, just a bit more common. Heifer that comes in next is hard muscled and good looking. Unfortunately, we just got to make her legs work a bit better. Really nice, easy doing kind of a female comes in next. Good in terms of her body shape, just pushing the envelope in terms of her mature size, just a bit common in this particular class. Opposite end of the spectrum, growthier, longer, more extended one that's really neat necked, but kind of in the same breath, just a bit harder doing. Worry about that one's feedability and doability down the line, but an awesome group of kiddos. Congratulations.
We have one final class in this market heifers. This will be class number 6. Weighing from 10:35 to 11:02. After this, your selection of your champion market heifer will take place. Here's the results coming out of class number 5. First, we'll go to Vienna Cells. Second, to Sage Stoltz. Third is to Josie Ritter. Fourth, to Willow Martinez. Fifth is exhibited by Carter Schmidt. Sixth is to Colton Rasmussen. Seventh, to Dustin Douglas. And eighth, to Harley Harris.
We get into this next class, and I think off the bat, it's pretty clear we don't necessarily have a track star in the group. And so, looking past that, I think the one that easily does the most things right is the young man's Baldy that's going to go ahead and win. I think when you get her stopped, she is just so good in terms of the pliability to her center cavity, a big backed, big ended one that, in my eyes, just proportions so well because she's built correct in terms of her rib cage. She's a bit steeper in the slope to her shoulder, a bit tighter in her knee, and a bit tighter in her hock as she goes. But I thought her rear leg was just a bit more collected. She set her pastern down just a bit better than the heifer that's directly behind her. Without a question, the motley faced heifer that's coming in next is more extended in terms of her front end. It ties higher. She can give you a neat look. She's probably, honestly, a bit bigger in terms of her foot and bone size. Just think she's too uncoordinated in the way she handles her shallower heel, the excessive set to her hock, and her rigid pastern to me just doesn't balance good enough in motion. We get this heifer in next. She's more honest in terms of her hair quality. She's in her working clothes. I think on the stand, there's a lot to like about her in terms of being stout in her skull, really opened up through her center body. Again, another one that's not short on muscularity and thickness. We get her going though, and the heifer that's too shallow in her heel and curled up and crabby in her toes just doesn't handle it good enough. I've got to fix her in terms of her hock for me to really buy in and for me to go ahead and feel comfortable moving her up. The young lady, though, is an incredible showman. Heifer that comes in next isn't acting the best for the young lady. She is more extended. She's probably, honestly, a bit better in terms of her hock joint, certainly smoother in her shoulder. Just thought we forfeited way too much rib cage and natural dimension when you get in behind him. Don't think we get anything from a balance perspective as well, because I'd like to rearrange her underline and make her a bit deeper in her flank and more picked up in her chest. Really honest kind of cattle comes in next. Loose structured, big bone. Just today, a bit flatter, a bit plainer, a bit narrower. Can't compete with the cattle ahead of her. But let's give those kiddos big hands.
Entering the ring now is the making of the selection of your champion market heifer. Here's your results coming out of class number 6. First, we'll go to Gage Anderson. Second to Tate Smith. Third goes to Kaylee Kilgo. Fourth is to Sarah Mead. And fifth goes to Hans Bumstead.
we get into selection of our champion market heifer, and I apologize for taking just a bit longer. We get these cattle in motion, and I think there's a lot of sorting factors. Talked about some structural differences I'd certainly like to tweak, but I think you sit back and you look at the big picture. Man, this is an awfully good lineup. So we're going to pull, I think, three, maybe four of them out to maybe join us for the grand drive later on this evening, because I certainly think there's just a tremendous amount of quality. And if this is a precursor for what we're going to see for the rest of the show, it has me awfully excited. But I think it comes down to two of them. I'm going to take one last look and I'm going to go show you my favorite. But before I do so, let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
And congratulations, your champion market heifer, exhibited by Clayton Pribble, reserve champion, will go to Vienna Cells. And third will go to Sage Stoltz. And just a reminder to our first, second, and third from this last class, make sure you head over to the picture backdrop. As we continue on this afternoon, we do have a single entry coming in for the Angus, coming in at 800 pounds.
Just a single entry in our Angus show, but one that I certainly think could withstand some competition. Like this one's balance, proportionality, extremely good in the way he slings his head and neck out of the top side of his shoulder. Calf's got some back, calf's got some genuine muscle. Overall, just a really nice representative for the Angus breed. So congratulations to that young lady. Let's give her a hand.
And congratulations, your champion Angus, exhibited by McKinley Stoller. Moving on now to our composite charolais. This will be class number 8. These composite charolais will weigh from 620 to 1068. You know, Ronette, if they haven't gotten lunch because they were busy chit-chatting during our break here at 11:30, they still have the great opportunity to get some great food while they're here.
It is, I tell you what. Cactus Jack's is going to be open all day. Cunningham's is over there at the Cowboy Bar Cafe. They're both open all day. So enjoy your afternoon here at the Classic. Lots of things to look around, vendors to visit with. Want to do a shout out. We thank Matt Gertis and Michaela at Franklin with Gertis Feed and Supply. You know, Susan, we started talking about the Aero Equip is our official show ring, and very excited to partner with them and Aero Equip throughout the year. And make sure you watch for other Cattlemen's events we will be doing.
Yeah, and you did some things earlier during the week where you had some demonstrations going on, and I had a gentleman come on. And he goes, "Did you watch that head shoot?" He goes, "It slid like butter."
Absolutely. And want to thank Matt. And he had a representative here from Aero Equip and Gallagher, and they actually helped us check in all the cattle. And I've had several consigners tell me they were so impressed with the Aero shoot. And I told them, hey, go talk to Matt and Michaela. They're the ones that can help you out with that. So make sure you look at the Aero Equip. They've got a nice display here inside. He's got several things outside. I think I seen Matt around here earlier today. So stop by and visit with Matt Gertis from Franklin, from Aero Equip, and Gertis Feed and Supply.
difficult trio to work through. And again, I'm a firm believer that good cattle get better in motion. And I know there's probably some fans on the sidelines of the calf in third. And believe me, I get it. On the stand, I think he looks awesome. We get in motion, and I think he has quite a bit of issues. So then we start studying the cattle and breaking them down. Bar none, I think the best footed animal in the lineup is the white steer that's going to go ahead and win. I'd like to square him up in terms of his front knee placement, but I think when you study the slope of his shoulder, the curvature he has into his knee, as well as the shape to his back leg and the way he uses it in a more athletic fashion, to me, he's just the safest bet. Calf's got muscle, Calf's got arm size, Calf's neat in terms of his look. Just wish he came with a better attitude today. Man, I think this one would look pretty good down in Texas where I'm from because that is some wild, wild pieces in terms of muscle and body shape. I love just his woofiness and manliness that he has all the way through. My biggest issue with him is he's pretty short in terms of his cannon bone. You start studying him in terms of the shape to his feet, and he's pretty clawed up front. Just wish I could make him more durable at the ground, but I like that calf and a lot of pieces that he represents. Again, you get a picture of this one, and I'll probably end up looking silly down the line because he's so big footed, so good in terms of his silhouette. He's blessed with a way better hair coat than the cattle directly in front of him, but we get him in motion, and he really wants to open up out of his front end and go east and west up front. The way he wants to flag his tail head, dish out in his loin, and hit his rear leg hard just left me with more questions. And so that's where he stands. But I love his presence standing there. Again, a big hipped animal that just oozes with quality. Hey, we get into fourth, though, and this calf's no slouch. Very high and proud in terms of his head and neck carriage. Calf's big footed and got some bone as well. I like the kind he represents from a feedability standpoint. He's good and soft middled. Just didn't think he was in the same league from a quality aspect. I'd love to strengthen him up in his loin in motion and square him up in his front foot placement as he goes at you. We get into this next calf, and I think this calf is so good from just being a really nice, big backed, big ended one, represents good real world muscular cattle. We put him in a show ring setting. He's not blessed with the same hair coat. He's just a bit stiffer in terms of the way he handles out of his straighter shoulder, just a bit more uncoordinated out of his rear skeleton, but a good real world, big muscled kind of a steer nonetheless. But I thought that decision was close. We're clearly at a different stage of development. This calf's sounder, this calf's really neat looking, but he's awfully green and awfully raw today. But an excellent group of kiddos. Let's give him a hand.
Set to enter the ring now will be the start of our keys. There'll be two classes. Class number 9 comes in 900 to 998. Here's your results of your composite. Congratulations. Champion Composite Charolais, exhibited by Adam Elfs. Reserve Champion, exhibited by Colin Rasmussen. Third goes to Avery Keister. Fourth is to Blakely Smith. Fifth, exhibited by Kayla Kilgo. And sixth to Reese Locke.
Awesome way to start the keys. And I think we got a trio, probably four of them, that I certainly think bring just a tremendous amount of quality to the lineup. I think at the end of the day, the manned up option that's so good and durable in terms of his foot shape, his athleticism, is the young lady's chromed up one. He's maybe just getting a bit more mature in terms of his head than a couple of the others. I think you look past that, and that guy is so good in terms of the construction to his rear leg. I like his length of hip in relation to the one behind it, and he certainly packs a punch in terms of his center body. The calf that comes in next, though, I think does a lot of things right. To me, he read just a bit harder in terms of his muscle shape. It's a big ended kind of a steer as well. I think we get him off to the side in relation to the ones on either side of him. He's just a bit shorter and steeper out of his hip. I think we get him in terms of his chest in relation to where his flank sits. I don't know if his underlying proportionality is as good, but that calf oozes quality. My hat's off to you as well. Young man in third, I really like a lot of things about your steer. I love his foot size, his feature. I think he gives you an awfully intriguing proportional look from the profile. I think my biggest issue is when we get him in motion, the calf that's just a bit shorter and steeper out of his hip gets more excessive in terms of the bend to his hock and wants to get too far outside of himself for me to truly be comfortable with it. Young man, I like your calf quite a bit. Today he reads just so hard and just so green in terms of his center body. I think that guy flushes up and he's a different story because he's so intriguing up through his front end. Probably need to square him up and soften him up in terms of his rear foot placement. Calf that comes in next is big and burly in terms of his foot size. My biggest issue with him is we get him in motion and he wants to flag his whole tail head up and really stay tight and harder on his ankle. You get him plants and he gives you a look of a fat steer in the making, like his muscularity and thickness. Calf comes with a bit more grow that comes in next, really streamlined in terms of his balance quality from the side. Just didn't read him to be nearly as aggressive in the turn to his center body or the natural muscularity that he possesses. Calf gets just a bit tighter in his hip and harder in the way he wants to plan his straighter hock when we get him in motion. Round out the group with an easy feeding one that's not short on some muscularity and thickness. We just need to soften his structure up to move him up. But a great group of kiddos. Let's give him a big hand.
Entering the ring now will be class 10 of our keys. Then your champion and reserve will be selected after this class. These keys come in from 1025 to 1146. Results of class 9 first goes to Brittany Samuelson, second exhibited by Adam Elfs, third to Cade Stratman, fourth to Bryson Huxwell, fifth is Kenzo Carlson, sixth is to Paisley Homestead, and seventh to Nathan Grease.
Interesting class dynamic to go ahead and work through. But one thing's for certain, I think you get him off on the plant, and that yellow calf just reads with just a tremendous amount of quality. I think his balance, the way they have him clipped in, just makes him look incredible. Calf's not short on some muscle when you study him in terms of his pin width. My biggest issue with him is for as big as he is up high, man, he really wants to funnel to the surface. Weirdly enough, even though his angles read correct, hits him just a bit harder as he leaves off his rear skeleton, but a very nice animal to go ahead and win this particular class. I think as easy as he wins, the calf in second just needs to be second. I think you study him from his hook bone forward, and I really like him in terms of being heads up, having the right kind of arm size, chest width, and curvature in his body cavity it takes to not only fuel muscle, but feed down the line. Biggest issue with him, though, is we get him in motion and he really wants to duck his pin set, get a bit tighter in his jump muscle, and not handle his rear leg with the kind of authority I'd like. But at the end of the day, I think that calf's the second best option. You want to talk about some wild, tricked out pieces. This calf in third for sure has it. His neck is crazy high where it ties. That calf's about as busted open in terms of his pin set. Love the shape to his stifle and lower quarter. Really gives you an awesome look. Hey, the problem is, though, we got to move him. I think we get him in motion, and man, that guy's just too messed up in terms of the way he's wanting to handle his rear leg today. But I think we can get, we can keep the wheels on the bus. I certainly think that calf's got the intriguing pieces it takes to go on down the line. Young lady has a calf that's probably a bit safer from a moderation and feedability standpoint, the one directly in front of him, and dang sure a bit more correct in terms of his foot shape and the way he handles his structure. Unfortunately, I thought of the group, he just read the plainest. I'd love to jam him down on his tail head and just give him a bit more to compete with the rest of the class. But a really awesome group. Let's go ahead and give him a big round of applause.
Bringing them back in now for your selection of your champion key, the results out of Class 10. First, we'll go to Cutter Prince, second to Dayton Billetter, third is to Josie Ritter, and fourth to Claire Cromie. Again, your selection of your champion key.
Well, as Kylie's working on selecting our champion and reserve champion key steers, just want to reiterate again a huge thank you to her for coming to Nebraska. It's really an honor to have us be her first show in Nebraska. And guys, she currently resides in Greensburg, Indiana. She's originally from San Antonio, Texas. She grew up showing very competitively, been involved in livestock judging programs at Blinn College, Oklahoma State University. She really highlighted her judging career by being the first woman in the history of the century old event to win the high individual award at the national contest in Louisville, Kentucky. So, as you guys are watching her ringside, let's give her another welcome to Nebraska round of applause.
We get into selection of our champion key, and I think there's quite a bit of give and take. There's one on the stand that I'm absolutely infatuated with in terms of his fat steer proportions and his balance quality. We get him in motion. Maybe he's a bit questionable. I think there's one that's just so complete everywhere, but I think in that same breath, I think Common is probably Complete's little sister, and I think that's where it gets just a bit trickier in my mind. With that being said, I'm going to take one last look at him. I'm going to show you the way I like him, but a very competitive key show. Let's give a big hand to all of these exhibitors.
And congratulations, your champion key exhibited by Cutter Prince. Reserve will go to Brittany Samuelson. We'll have a single entry entering the ring for our Gelbvieh balancer coming in at 968.
Well, a single entry in our Gelbvieh Balancer Division show.
I told the young man he must have scared all the competition away, but he brings us a really nice kind of a calf, good in terms of his lines. Looks like he's going to be an easy feeding one that's going to cater to both sides of the grid when it's all said and done. I'm not going to tell you he's the showiest animal in the world. I'm not going to tell you he's the wowiest in terms of maybe his structure or his balance quality, but I think that calf certainly reads real world to me and is certainly deserving of the champion Gelbvieh title. So congratulations, young man.
And our congratulations goes out to Easton Bowes. We'll have two classes of Hereford set to enter the ring. Class number 12 is from 756 to 825.
Susan, you and I work with all the breed associations on a variety of different events throughout the year. And we'll take a moment here as we're going to roll into the Hereford Steer Show. The Nebraska Hereford Association has great programs for kids. You heard us talking about it, the sales here. Their futurity show that'll be this June in Lexington. And want to remind boys and girls, if you bought a steer at the Classic or at their fall edition sale that's held right here with our fall event, make sure you get enrolled in their futurity program, as well as we've talked a lot about the Classic opportunities and the rewards. Also, want to remind you guys, if you bought a Hereford heifer, make sure you're getting in touch with the Nebraska Hereford Association. Hannah Pearson is their new executive director, and they have a grant program. And I believe I've seen like $500 you can apply for back. So lots of opportunities and honor for us to work with the Nebraska Hereford Association on all of their events throughout the year.
We get into our first class of Herefords, and I certainly think the young lady brings us a steer that brings a lot of good to the table. First and foremost, that's a big legged one that's so good just in terms of his proportionality. I truly think that's where he excels in this class. I like his ability to still have his chest sit up in him, be big arm, be big in terms of the turn to his forerib, and just be so good in terms of the way he's made down his top line and through his rear rib and flank. If I'm going to get just a bit pickier on him, I think we get him in motion, and he's maybe not the loosest out of his hip and hind leg, but I certainly think just his balance quality, his freshness, and hair quality that he brings to the table separates him from the rest. We get into this second place steer, and I'll be the first to tell you, he don't have the cutest head for me. I think that's a head only a mom can love. I think we look past that, though, and we start studying pieces of muscularity, pieces of body shape, and their ability to handle it. I'm pretty confident he needs to be at the top end of that class. This calf's big backed. He's got some muscularity when you get in behind him. And he's actually probably a bit looser out of his hip and hind leg than the one directly in front of him, just not nearly as wowy in terms of his pieces of quality. We get into this third place animal, really practical kind of a steer. He'll never be the biggest framed. I like his moderation, really soft in terms of his body type, just an easy doer. In the same breath, I think it'd also be argued that maybe he's the flattest and plainest in terms of his muscularity. And because of it, that's why he sits third. We get into this next duo, and certainly one that has some give or take. At the end of the day, I just thought the young man's was a bit stronger down his top line, a bit fresher and bolder in terms of his forerib and behind his shoulder. But in the same breath, he's a bit steep in terms of the angle to his shoulder. I'd certainly like to knock off some of his toes and intensify his bone work and pin width. But I like when the young man gets him stuck. Man, you make him look real good, and it's tempting for me to work him up. There's some intriguing pieces on the curly haired calf. He's big hipped, he's wide, he's opened up. He's just too long bodied and not good enough to the base of his heart quite yet. With time and feed, I'm hoping his top line strengthens up and his body certainly softens because I think it would make him look a heck of a lot better. But congratulations to those kiddos.
Set now for class 13 after this class, a selection of your champion Hereford. Class 13 away from 885 up to 1,044. Results coming out of class 12. First goes to Brindley Elber, second to Addison Stump, third to Maya Brummels, fourth is to Cooper Victor, and fifth to Kagan with Hung.
This is a really good class of Hereford steers. My hat's off to the crew behind them because I was not expecting this. In the same breath, man, the one that wins is awfully, awfully interesting. That's a really tiny head and skinny neck to put on that fat of a rib cage and that good of a rear leg, especially for the breed. Man, I think he's awfully, awfully intriguing. The haters will probably say he could be just a bit longer and smoother in his hip, but I think look past that. That thing does a lot of really neat things. I struggled between 2, 3, and 4. And so my apologies to you kiddos because I thought it was incredibly close. At the end of the day, I probably favor this one's foot size, feature, proportionality more than the two directly behind him. And I think we get him in motion. And to me, he was the most comfortable in the way he planted and pushed off both ends of his skeleton, and a bit longer and leveler out of his hip than the one directly behind him. We get tough on him. He's a bit flatter in terms of his body shape of the class. He's the plainest in terms of his muscle. So if your argument is it's easier to be sounder when you don't have as much to you, hey, boy, I believe you and I'm with you. And that's where it's awfully, awfully close because I love this one's head carriage. I love the shape and stoutness he has to his jaw. I think it's a precursor to the amount of back shape and genuine muscularity and thickness he's working with in his hip down into his stifle and lower quarter. When this one goes on and does very, very well wherever his endpoint is, I'm fully expecting that maybe I'll look like the silly one. But I think when we really start breaking it down for me, he's just too short and steep out of his hip, wants to get up in his jump muscles. I don't like that the shallower heeled option never stays as coordinated in the way he wants to use his rear leg, always a bit tighter in his ankle and a bit shorter in his step. But boy, that's a woofy opened up Hereford that I find a lot of good in. Hey, the red-necked one I wish would show himself off a bit more because I got too many cases of looking at him where his head's kind of low, he's opened up in his front end and not wanting to handle his top line near as good. I think when you break him down though, he's opened up and robust in terms of his body shape. Calf's got muscle, a calf's good in terms of the slenderness he has to his neck, just a bit harder ankle, just a bit off balanced and a bit too long bodied at this stage of the game to probably truly look the part. But a really interesting class of Herefords. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And congratulations to Landon Linneman out of class 13. Second will go to Camille Carr, third to Graydon Forbes, and fourth will go to Paisley Muzzle. Making the selection now of your champion, Hereford.
We get out here for selection of our champion Hereford, and boy, I'm awfully pleased with the quality that we have represented. With that being said, I think there's one that's playing chess and everybody else is playing checkers. You could say it's close for reserve, but I'm pretty confident the one I'm picking is second best as well. With that being said, good luck to all of you Hereford exhibitors down the line. I can't harp enough on how good the quality has been in this small show. So congratulations. Let's give these kiddos a hand and I'll show you my two favorites.
And congratulations, your champion, Hereford, exhibited by Landon Linneman, and reserve will go to the Brindley Albert. Class 14 will bring your champion, Maine-anjou. There'll be 3 entries from 798 to 1050.
Susan, I'm going to buy a chain to chain you to this bar stool up here because you keep talking about you need to go shopping in that front concourse.
Yeah, everybody's talking about all the great deals that they've gotten and the unique things, but I won't move. I'll stay here for you but get out there if you get a chance in between shows. Check out the great things that are out there. A lot of spring line has come in, some great jewelry. And earlier when we were sitting here, I kept seeing a light flash, and I know that that's a Milwaukee flashlight. And let me tell you guys, I have that at home, and that has been a chore changer.
Yeah, if you're looking for some Milwaukee tools and different things, go to the Planner Works tent over there behind the Allied Nutrition. And guys, I want to point out over here on the north side, kind of right by Sullivan's, there's a booth that has a bunch of coolers and a lady that's got some jewelry. They are a part of the Engler Entrepreneurship Program at UNL. And that's a phenomenal program. That's a program that helps these boys and girls start their own businesses. And really, Dr. Tom Field does a phenomenal job looking and working with these guys. So, guys, if you're sitting over here on the north side, step back into those aisles. There's some great vendors there, some young people that are starting their own business.
One of my coworkers took some food down to Texas on a road trip. It was frozen when they put it in that cooler. It was still frozen 16 hours later.
It's kind of like a Yeti, but you don't have to pay the Yeti price. And he's got a light in the cooler. So
That's a
step
win-win.
absolutely step back there. There's a backpack cooler there. And again, thank you to all of our vendors for being here at the Classic. If you guys are looking for the great photos, all these young ladies are doing a phenomenal job on taking photos, capturing the memories. They're here all week. And Mally is the official livestock photographer. It's Mariah Ashley Livestock Images, and very honored to have her crew here. And working the ring for her is Emily Zimmer of Pleasanton, Dylan Day of Loop City, and Peyton Schmidt of St. Paul. And it's really an honor for us to have these young ladies. They all have their own photography business. They travel all across the nation to other livestock shows working for other photography companies. And the Classic thought it was important. We just hired, they're all Nebraska girls. We hired them directly and they're doing a great job. We look forward to working with them on all of our events that we hold annually. We get done with the winter edition, we'll roll right into our pop up event in the fall, right ahead of the state fair. And that fall edition will be the last weekend in October, first weekend in November. I think it kicks off right during Halloween. And I'm going to ask Susan, do you got your Halloween outfit ready for the fall edition? Because we might have a special class at our fall edition.
If anybody wants to be a farm broadcaster dressing up their animal, let me know. I will get you taken care of.
Lots of events for the Classic. And again, we talked about putting on other Cattlemen's events throughout the year. And our wheels are already turning for everything we're going to do in 2025. Huge thank you again to all of our sponsors and look forward to hitting the road with you this spring. Kind of a schedule for the rest of the day here. If you're kind of wondering, again, we'll work through our steer show, get all of our steers here, and 30 minutes after our last selection of our Supreme Market animals, we will have our Classic Premier Heifer Show that is for boys and girls that made their purchases.
Young lady brings us a purebred Maine. She's awfully brave for wanting to put one of those on feed, but I certainly think he represents the right kind of quality. Love how heads up he is. When she gets him stopped, I think he can give you a nice look. I like his muscularity as well. Maybe in motion, the calf that needs to be intensified in his bones stays a bit tighter in his spine, a bit more restricted off his rear skeleton. But nevertheless, he's certainly the winner today. So my congratulations to her. Let's give her a hand.
And congratulations to Addison Stump with the Maine-anjou out of Class 14.
Great. Thanks for coming. Bye-bye.
As we continue on, this will be Class 15 maintainers, and there will be two groupings of maintainers. This first is from 840 to 950. I would like to also mention Addison Stump will be your champion Maine-anjou.
super interesting trio to go ahead and work through. And I'll just be honest with you. I think for me, when you get off to them, the two that look just more youthful, just more honest and harder in terms of their muscle, are the two that are going to go ahead and surface. As this calf's gone a little bit further, I think he's loosened up a bit. When he first came in, he was just a bit tighter in his hip, didn't know where that was going to play out, but he's loosened up. I think you forgive him for that. And to me, he's just so good in terms of his head and neck attachment. That's a big, big, robust center body that's certainly fueled some shape up high. He's big ended. I like him specifically better than both the cattle behind him in terms of the way he's constructed out of his hip. He's a bit longer, he's a bit leveler, he's smoother and squarer in the way his tail head lays in him. Just a good kind of a steer to go ahead and win. Young man, I like a lot of things about your calf. He's burly, he's manly in terms of his type and kind. The haters might say he comes with a bit of cheek and he's a bit chuffier up front. I'm okay with it because he looks like he's going to feed. I like his muscle. I think of the top trio, he's bar none the most athletic. You study him in terms of his underline, though, and he's just a bit more prominent in his chest in relation to his flank. And I'd certainly like to jam him down in his tailhead. The calf that's in third is one that really threw me for a loop because I think from his hook bone forward, he's incredibly interesting. I like where his head and neck sits. That's a really soft, soggy kind of a steer that's big in terms of his foot size. It's interesting, though, when you see him go, he really wants to duck his pin set. On the stand, he'll almost hyperextend his hock. And for me, if we're going to be third in terms of muscle of the top trio, I certainly would like him to go just a bit sounder and not be on the outside of his feet, but a very high quality animal nonetheless. Young man's got a calf that's coming in that's probably the neatest in terms of his throat latch, really proud and arrogant up through his front end. Calf's not short on muscle either. If we're going to get just a bit pickier on him, I'd probably like to make him just a bit bigger footed. You watch him go away, he's a bit bent in terms of his rims. I'd probably like to square him up from hock to ground in order for me to have full faith, but a good kind of a calf nonetheless. Easier feeding, more practical option comes in, bigger footed, more durable. I think his jaw and his cheek and his skull reads easier doing as well. With that, though, I think he's pretty short in terms of his cannon. That calf at this stage of the game's got quite a bit of bark on him. You get on top of him. He just read the flattest in terms of his body cavity, the plainest over his edges. So an interesting group. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Now to enter is class 16 of our maintainers from 966 up to 1070. Here's your results coming out of class 15. First, we'll go to Weston Robinson. Second is to Jace Ritter. Third to Jamie Hoblin. Fourth is to Heston Raymond. Fifth to Aubrey High.
another trio that offers some sort in our next class of maintainers. And I'll be the first to tell you, I think the young lady's calf that wins leaves me with a couple question marks. But I think when you just step back, just look at the big picture on how many things that animal does so well, I think she just needs to go ahead and win. So high and proud in terms of his neck carriage, massive in terms of his foot size. I think he gives you just an awesome streamlined look. He's interesting, though. I'd certainly like to make him softer bodied, especially in relation to his frame. You watch him walk away, and they've done an awesome job burning the inside of his hock and leaving the longs long where they need to be. But that calf just stays on the outside of his feet. Love to square him up and widen him up at the surface, but nonetheless, a very high quality animal. He's going to make things interesting in our maintainer lineup we have here in a second. Young man's calf in second, to me, is the safer structural option. I think he's good just from balance perspective. Of the top three, though, I was struggling to find where he was special because I think the power calf lies in three. I think the neat looking one goes ahead and wins. I just thought his safe bet of being sound, being practical, having the right kind of pieces allows him to go ahead and win. This calf's tricked out in a lot of areas. That's a massive rib cage that's fueled a big back. Things big ended and about as busted open from every angle you study him as you want. Radar ears sit up high, his neck's little. The biggest issue with him, he's even on the stand. You can see he's pretty short and steep out of his hip, a bit coarser in his jump muscle. You get him in motion, and the calf that's a bit more forward in his chest just needs to be reined in structurally and a bit sounder for me to truly buy in. But like a lot of pieces, that kind's certainly hard to make. Young lady brings us a black and white one that's no slouch either. Love this one in terms of his feature, really burly footed, burly bone kind of an animal. When she gets him stopped, you can see he's good in terms of his body type. I think he's a complete kind of calf. We get him chalked up to the ones ahead of him, and I'm not sure he's as wowy on the stand. We get him in motion, and we've got to relax him in terms of his spine, make him just a bit more athletic for me to buy in, but a very, very solid fourth place steer. We get into the one that's going to round out the class. Good, complete, real world cattle. I think we give up some looks of quality in relation to the ones ahead of him, but a great group of kiddos nonetheless. Let's go ahead and give him a big round of applause.
We'll bring him back in for your selection of your champion maintainer. Here's your results out of Class 16. First, we'll go to Blaine Dunclow. Second is to Bennett Christensen. Third to Cade Croker. Fourth to Ava Dietz. And fifth to Reese Porter.
We get into our champion maintainer selection out here, and I certainly think this is where it gets awfully interesting. I think your class winners couldn't be more different in terms of the type and kind they represent, more different in terms of their in frame score, their body type, but certainly in their own right represent just a tremendous amount of quality. I think it gets awfully close. We have a really competitive second place out of that first class as well. That's going to make things even spicier in a minute. But with that being said, I'm going to go show you my favorites. Hats off to all of the crews behind them because they look absolutely 100 today. So congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion maintainer exhibited by Weston Robinson. Congratulations, your reserve champion exhibited by Jace Ritter. Who was third? Blaine Duncloud. And third will go to Blaine Duncloud. Congratulations. And just a quick note, it is the judge's discretion if they want to pick 2 or 3 when they're making the overall champions for those divisions. That's why there are 3 out of the maintainers. Be a single class of shorthorns coming in. These shorthorns away from 761 to 1082.
We referenced earlier about breed associations and opportunities for youth. Want to remind everybody the Shorthorn Junior National is in Grand Island this summer. It is the only junior national, Susan, in Nebraska this year. And that's kind of unusual. You know, usually our facilities attract a lot of junior nationals, but the Shorthorns will be the only breed showcased this summer in Grand Island.
So if you've got shorthorns, keep an eye on that and get yourself registered.
We get into selection of our champion Shorthorn, and I tell you, if you like them switched up or jumbled up, I think you have a valid argument there because I think you got to draw the line structurally. You got to draw the line in a couple different areas. But I guess at the end of the day, for me, I think the calf that goes ahead and wins not only hits you as the freshest and the neatest in terms of his look, the calf's got some spread up high as well. If I'm going to get harder on the split eared calf, I'd certainly like to intensify him in terms of his bone work, rein him in up front, lay him back in his blade and square him up in his front end. But I think you look past that. I like his levelness of lines and I like the look of quality that he represents. You want to talk about maybe fundamentally, though, the most basic and best calf of the class. It's this dark roan one. He's not blessed with the same hair coat. He's starting to look just a bit more mature in terms of the crest of his neck and the length of his face as well. But that calf's easily the soundest off either end of his skeleton. I like that he still represents some meat animal shape up high and from behind. At the end of the day, he just hit me as rounder out of his hip and just more common up front. So that's why he stays reserved. Calf that's coming in next is certainly big footed. He's big ribbed. He's probably the biggest pinned. My biggest issue with the crab toed steer is when we get him in motion, I think he just falls out of balance, really deep in his chest in relation to his flank and wants to get up in his back and be a bit tighter and outside of his skeleton. We free him up, it'd be a different story. I liked pieces of this calf when he came in. I think he's very round in terms of his rib cage. He's heads up as well. And we start studying him though, the longer the class has gone on. He really wants to open up in his shoulder blade. We need to fix him in terms of his puffier hock that's just a bit more vertical. The shallower toed steer to me just isn't sound enough off his rear skeleton. We get into the next pair of them, and I think they also warrant some discussion. To me, I thought the calf that's coming in next, that's clearly greener and lighter weight, just hit me as a bit fresher, just a bit neater in terms of his levelness of hip and cleanliness up front. He's too stilty off both ends for me to really buy in, but a nice individual. The young man calf that comes in next, I think, represents a more practical kind in the same breath. The steer he wants to pigeon up front, it's awfully round in his shoulder and round out of his hip. And I'd like to give him more bend to his hock as well, but a very good Shorthorn show. My congratulations to those kiddos.
And congratulations, your champion Shorthorn exhibited by Jada Wood. Reserve champion is to Paisley White. Third goes to Reese Locke. Fourth to Mason Frothman. Fifth is to Jada Jenkins. And sixth to Kason Drews. We're continuing on now. We've got three classes of the Shorthorn Plus. Class number 18 comes in 665 to 750.
we get into our lightweight Shorthorn pluses. And to me, I think there's again some give or take. But at the end of the day, I think the calf that's going to win to me is just the best, the most robust and opened up in terms of his rib cage. I like that he has real muscle up high and from behind, is a bit manlier in terms of his jawline as well. Where we get hard on him is he's pretty closed up in the shape to his toe. That calf's not going to be the biggest rascal in the world if you study him in terms of the length of his cannon bone and how he looks just a bit more mature in terms of his skull. But I like that he just represents the right kind from a body shape and muscularity perspective and handles it relatively well enough. We get into the roan calf, and you could say that he probably holds the edge in terms of soundness and structure because he does. I mean, he's more rocked back in his shoulder, he's got more bend built into his knee. As a result, he can throw his head up higher and can take a longer stride. You study him going away, though, and he's just too flat and plain in terms of his muscle. I got to have more meat animal shape to work him up. Calf that's coming in next is neat in terms of his skull design and really from his hook bone forward reads with quite a bit of quality. Unfortunately, he's just too steep out of his hip, too tight in his spine, and too off in terms of his rear skeleton to really work him up. But I like his muscle, I like his body shape, and he's neat headed. Congratulations, young man.
Class 19 in our Shorthorn Plus will be 845 to 875. The results out of Class 18. First goes to Brooke Hansen, second to Hayden Fowler, and third to Briggs White.
Again, we want to thank all of our buyers from the classic sales this week, from our fancy heifer and steer sale yesterday. If you were planning to make your payment on your purchase today, if we could get you please to go to the buyers area in the front concourse and settle up for your heifers or steers or bulls from the week. Thank you.
Excuse me for taking just a brief moment to go ahead and spend some time at these top two. I think they represent the right kind and certainly are very high quality. In the same note, though, I'm not sure they could be more different in terms of their type and kind. The calf that wins to me hits me is just a bit sounder. We get him out in motion, specifically out of his rear leg. He's a bit better in terms of the shape and squareness to the outer edges of his hoof wall, like his depth of heel and security at the surface really good and soft in terms of his rib cage and center body. I think he's naturally just a bit better through the base of his heart. Where I get just a bit harder on him as I read him to be a bit bulkier at the point of his shoulder and not nearly as neat in the way his head and neck comes out of the top side of his skeleton. As he goes away, too, I'd certainly like to make him just a bit wider and just a bit squarer at the surface. That's a very nice animal that I think certainly represents this class to a high degree. In the same breath, there's pieces of the calf in second that I'm awfully fond of. King is so good and arrogant when he throws his head and neck up. I love how robust and round he is in the shape to the upper portion of his rib cage. I think he's naturally going to be the bigger backed, harder muscled option as well. With that, when we get him in motion, really wish he just set his pastern down a bit more comfortably. I think that's where I got just a bit pickier on him. The calf that's coming in next is not short on some natural body shape, some muscularity and thickness. Young lady does an awesome job getting him set up as well. Specifically, I like that he's just a bit more youthful in terms of his front end. He can't compete with the dogs ahead of him, though, because he's just not sound enough out of his rear skeleton. Needs to be squared up in his bowed hock and amplified in terms of his foot quality. You get a sounder option in the red calf coming in next. He's about as long striding as the day is long. Really neat in terms of the way his shoulder lays onto his body cavity as well, and a bit longer and leveler out of his hip. Man, though, you get off up behind him, and I think his chances of moving up in the class just disappear because he's too flat in terms of his body shape, too closed up in terms of his pin set. If we can beef him up and get him a bit stouter, I certainly like the structural base we're working with. So congratulations to her. We round out the class, the blue roan that's acting pretty ornery for the young lady, but she stuck it out, and kudos to her. I think the calf represents good real world beef in terms of being soft, looking like he's going to feed. In the same breath, I think look, presence, muscularity falls short to the cattle ahead of him. But let's go ahead and give him a big round of applause. Those are good kiddos in that class.
Our final class is Shorthorn Plus is class 20, 931 to 973. After this, the selection of your champion Shorthorn Plus. Results of class 19. First goes to Lauren Johnson, second to Lander Forbes, third is to Jaden Thompson, fourth to Kaylin Riesland, and fifth to Jolie Kreifels.
Man, we get into our final class of pluses. And again, from the moment this one stepped foot in the ring, it was pretty clear this was going to be the direction we'd go in this class. Man, that thing has some awesome feet and legs. So big, so burly. That's so correct in the shape of them. I love just his angles and his soundness and his structural integrity. And yet he still looks like a good doing steer that's got the right kind of rib shape and softness that not only allow him to balance, but truly fuel some spread down the top side of his skeleton. Hey, if we were going to get a bit harsher on him, maybe we could make him just a bit wider in terms of his hock travel and his base as he goes away. But I think that's being awfully picky on one that just does so many things right and is just so big and magical in terms of his foot quality and his soundness. We get into the next calf, and I think 2 and 3 in my eyes got really close. At the end of the day, though, both of them need to be bit and both of them need to be changed structurally and relaxed in terms of their angles. I just thought the blue roan represented a more practical kind of beef cattle in terms of being softer back in through his rear rib and flank. Looked like he'd feed quite a bit better, and that's what gave him the edge. If you like old red and white here because he's longer necked and a bit showier and more streamlined in his look, I won't argue with you. That calf's pretty narrow chested and in his knee, and couple that with the fact that the steer who's steeper and more uncoordinated out of his hip and hind leg is a bit tighter in terms of his lower rib and flank. I just couldn't put full confidence in him. We round out the class, the calf that's probably sounder than the pair in front of him and leveler out of his hip. I just thought not only were we taller and a bit shallower, but we forfeited too much power and thickness to go ahead and work up. But congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Rounding them back up to bring them in for your selection of your champion Shorthorn Plus. Out of class 20, first will go to Knox Sells, second to Jack Drews, third is to Troy Lindquist, and fourth to Sydney Jenkins.
Hey man, the top end of this Shorthorn Plus deal is awfully, awfully good. My hat's off to the families behind it and all the crew because I certainly think these cattle look the part. With that being said, I think there's one out here that is just so unique for me, just in terms of his soundness and in his athleticism. Yet he still reads manned up in his feature and his body shape. My favorite's the heavyweight. We're going to follow it up with the middleweight to be reserved, and we're going to use that other middleweight to be third. So congratulations. Let's go ahead and give all these kiddos a big hand.
Congratulations, your champion Shorthorn Plus, exhibited by Knox Sells. Reserve champion will go to Lauren Johnson, and third to Lander Forbes. It is time for our percentage simmentals. We'll have two classes of percentage simmentals. First class, class 21, is from 870 to 979.
we get into the first class of percent semis, and boy, howdy, is this thing that's going to win this class wild looking. It is a tiny, tiny neck that sits so high and effortlessly at the top side of his blade. Yeah, it works back from his shoulder into a really, really robust forerib. I like that he transitions relatively smooth in those regards. I think his length of hip and the way he utilizes his rear leg is more than good enough. Really, I like a lot of things about him. I think the big hole that I see is he's just a bit more closed up and crabby in terms of his front foot shape, and I'd probably like to square him up in his knee. But I think that's being awfully picky on one that does just an incredibly amount of good and is incredibly hard to make. So I look forward to seeing him back out here shortly. I guess the decision in the class lies between 2 and 3. In my eyes, though, the bigger legged option that's non-clipped today is just the one that reads easier doing, easier feeding. I think he's not only bolder, but softer in the center portion of his body cavity. As a result, he's bigger up high, he's bigger ended when he leaves you. He's uncoordinated in the way he gets out of the ring and a bit more jammed up front. And that's where you get some more look in the Baldy that's going to be next. He'll sling his neck higher and prouder out of the top side of his shoulder. My biggest issue with him, though, is you get off on a 3/4 view and he's just flatter and more closed up in his body shape. That translates to his muscularity and thickness he's working with up high and from behind. And he too could stand to be upgraded in terms of his hip and hind leg quality. But that's a really good showman. Congratulations to that young lady on getting him presented very well. We round out the class with good real world beef cattle that today just gets out horsed, just gets outlooked and out presenced. But I like the kind, and certainly he'll make a good fat steer project for the young man. Let's go ahead and give him a big hand.
We are ready for our second class of percentage simmentals. They'll come in from 10:30 to 11:52. Your results of class 21. First, we'll go to Josie Johnson. Second to Tanner Hansen. Third is to Taven Locke. And fourth to Rydell Cookson.
Man, another really nice class winner here in our percent show. And I love this one's kind. I think he just reads so manned up in terms of his forearm, foot size, and feature. Love the slope that he has built into his knee and his reach and his step that he has out of his front skeleton. A big ribbed one that's certainly big in terms of his pin set. If we're going to get a bit pickier on him, maybe he's just a bit shallower, or just maybe not as tight in the way he hooks up in his loin when he gets out and goes. I'd probably like to make him just a bit wider and more genuine in his hawk travel to match the width that he's working with out of his pin set. But again, that thing's cat-like in motion. That thing's really good in terms of his jaw, his feature, and still looking like a man out here while having some presence. I thought 2 and 3 were awfully close, but at the end of the day, not only was I more confident that the calf in second was distinctively the sounder, better looking option up through his front end. When you get on top of him, he sure isn't disappointing in terms of having some actual spread and turn behind his blade into his loin edge. Problems I have with him, though, is if you study his body type, he's snugger in terms of his forerib, pretty tucked up in terms of his flank. I hope we can soften him up and get him fat enough when it's all said and done. But at the end of the day, he's just more comfortable with his front end assembly, his smoothness of shoulder, his levelness and looseness out of his hip and hind leg. But boy, it's tough though, because I tell you, this calf's about as opened up from every angle that you study him, big time in terms of his muscle. Unfortunately, I wish that with that, he was just a bit sounder. He gets too opened up and coarse in his front end. I think the calf that's a bit steeper and shorter out of his hip really wants to get outside of himself and tighter in his hock. And with his added power, I'd probably like to intensify him in terms of his bone and foot size just to allow him to balance a bit better. But neat in terms of his head carriage, dang sure neat in terms of his pieces of power. If you like him switched, I wouldn't argue with you. Congratulations to those kiddos. Let's give them a hand.
And congratulations out of class 22. First goes to Aspen Keister. Second is to Asa Andrew. And third to Gage Anderson. Now your selection of your champion percentage simmental.
Man, I tell you, we get into this champion percent semi drive, and I think there's a pair of them that are lights out good, but couldn't be more different in terms of their type and kind. One's wild looking and wild muscled, but with that comes with a touch of shoulder. Maybe isn't perfect in terms of his front foot shape and placement, but dang, that one does a lot of really interesting things at a very, very high level. I think the heavyweight's different in terms of being so tough in his jawline, big in terms of his feature, looking manly out here, and yet proportioning like a really good fat steer should. Talked about him in class, maybe getting a bit looser down his top line. When he goes away, I'd probably make him just a bit better in terms of the width that he goes at the base and between his hock. But again, getting awfully picky on two really nice cattle. I'm going to take one last look at him and show you the way I like him. But before I do so, let's give these young ladies a big hand.
And congratulations to Josie Johnson with a champion percentage simmental. Reserve goes to Aspen Custer. Moving on now, we're into the crossbred divisions. So as we get things organized and get ready to start our crossbreeds, one of our board members just happens to be sitting up here. And Jeremy, let's talk a little bit about the involvement the board has during the classic and even leading up to it, the work you guys do behind the scenes.
Yeah, Susan, I guess there's tons of behind the scene work that a lot of people don't see between getting the food ready to serve to the judging classic teams or the teardowns after it's all said and done. Yeah, there's lots of things that the board does.
Well, I know hats off to you guys because there's a lot of hours that you guys put into. And then the fact that you're here as well, not only you had an animal on display for everybody to see, but your niece is getting the chance to show. So you kind of wear a variety of different hats as well. So you see both sides of the fence when it comes to being a part of the classic.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much. You're a man of few words, but I appreciate you coming up here to talk to us. A lot of things yet to happen today. We do have our crossbred shows that will continue. We have 6 crossbred classes, and then from there, we'll make our crossbred selections and then our overall champions for today. And of course, 30 minutes after we wrap up the market show today, we are going to have the classic premium heifer selection, followed by the classic premier steer show selection. And then, of course, everything will kick off tomorrow. Once again, the final day of the classic at 8:30 with our breeding heifer show. And of course, food is still being served. There's shopping that is available. Thank you to all the great sponsors that we've had, all the folks that have sponsored the gifts that have gone to our exhibitors that we saw during the showmanship today. And also, don't forget about the Scholarship Rewards Program. The rewards program is for youth that purchase a steer or heifer at the 2025 Winter Edition sale. There's $24,000 in cash awards being presented back to those youth. It's a great opportunity for folks to learn more as we go into this next showing season. Now, there's a program breakdown, more information. If you've picked up a catalog, those details can be found on page 20. Welcome back once again, ringside. It is time for Class 23. Class 23 kicks off our crossbeds here for NCC the Classic. In this junior market show, they will come in weighing from 680 to 765.
We kickstart our first class of crossbreds with a really nice one. And man, he gets stopped and he's arrogant up through his front end when he slings his head and neck out of the top side of his blade. I love his foot size, his arm, his feature. I like a good looking one that's still manned up from those respects. If we can get just a bit picky on him, he probably wants to flag up his tail head a little, maybe not take to the surface as soft and as deep in his heel as I usually prefer. That's a really nice animal. And so my congratulations to her. As easy as she won, though, I thought we had a pretty dominating second. And he's actually better and tougher and more robust through the base of his heart, bolder in terms of his body cavity, and wider going away at his base than the calf directly in front of him. He's just too conventional in terms of his chest and front end. I'd love to relax him in the angle to his shoulder and make him more durable and athletic in his frailer rear leg. Thought 3 and 4 got close. At the end of the day, I think that today there's just more softness. There's more bone. There's just a bit more look on the stand and the black calf. We get him in motion and he's pretty flat in terms of his muscularity and a bit awkward and excessive in the set to his rear leg and wants to creep up in his spine. Probably always going to be a touch more moderate as well. Just thought we had more ESTs in terms of bone, softness, and body type. I think the calf coming in next has more volume of muscle. I like his growth curve. He's going to be a big heavyweight calf. Just think he looks plain in terms of his foot size and gets outclassed from the side. But let's give those kiddos a hand.
And congratulations in Class 23. First goes to Wazy Lang, second to Reagan Homestead, third is to Caitlin Evans, and fourth to Carson Schnoley. Crossbred Class 24 is set to come in the ring. There should be 790 to 875.
A challenging duo here at the next top of the next class of crossbreds that really couldn't be more different in terms of their type and kind. The calf with the birthmarks, not one to act the best today, and honestly, I think it's just exemplifying where I want to change him, and so it's making it just a bit tougher to decipher. I think the calf could stand to just be a bit softer in his rear pastern. Wish he'd just grab the surface and dig his heel a bit deeper into the dirt. But I think when you look past that, that calf is so much better in terms of his transition from his shoulder into a more robust heart. He blows up bigger out of the backside of his blade. And I think his rib cage being so robust and soft not only allows him to balance better from the side, but truly has fueled more topside dimension as well. Again, could be rocked back in his shoulder and knee, could be a bit better in his ankle. That's a really nice one that when he finally wants to behave, has an aura about him as well. Old Radar here, though, has got some monstrous feet and legs that work incredibly well in relation to the one in front of him. So that's what makes it really difficult. And he's so heads up and neat in terms of his silhouette as well. Where I get just a bit harsher on him is that calf's pretty shallow and tight in the way his center body's made. Not sure if he just hit a growth spurt or if he's always kind of been that way. But I think when you get directly on top of him, he's pretty plain and doesn't have just that square, hard shape that I'm usually after up high. If he ever gets it and he woofs up and he softens up, boy, look out, because I think that calf does a lot of things right. And that pair was incredibly close. I also thought 3 and 4 got just a touch closer as well. Calf coming in next in relation to his muscularity and his body shape, I think needs to not only be bigger footed and bigger boned to balance, but I would love to just relax him and his joints off both ends and see him be a bit more athletic, but I'm not sure we have a massive upgrade in the one directly behind him. And I know that he's just a bit better in terms of his forerib, certainly bigger backed as well, but he needs to be sounder for me. I like the bone and the foot size and the tough jaw and look that comes with the calf next. He's got a little bit of a silly haircut on top of his head that's just a bit distracting for me. That's not why he gets beat. I think when you truly study him, he's pretty straight in his shoulder and sometimes wants to set him out pretty wide. I'd like to lengthen him out of his hip and just see him take a longer stride when he gets out and goes. But like pieces of toughness and feature that come with that one. And so I thought it was a challenging pair. The calf that's coming in next, really neat in terms of his look, really long and streamlined as well. I hope with days on feed, he's able to soften up and really bulk up and become more pliable through his center body. Because today he looks pretty racy out here to go ahead and compete with the cattle ahead of him. I'd also probably like to see him just a bit more durable in terms of his rear foot placement as well. Then we round out the class with the calf that, again, looks like a good real world, easy feeding kind of a steer. We'll put him in a show ring setting, though, and I think we just get out horsed from a muscle standpoint, just get outclassed from a balance standpoint. But no doubt it's going to be a good fat steer project for the young lady. Let's give those kiddos a big hand.
Now to enter the ring will be Class 25. Class 25 weighs from 908 to 941. Your results coming out of Class 24. First goes to Rayson Hawkswell. Second to Kane Delatour. Third is to Dayton Dorn. Fourth to Graydon Forbes. Fifth, Luke Cooning. And sixth to Caleb Schnully. Again, Class 25 is now in the ring.
An extremely dominating class winner over here in our crossbred show, and one that is just so neat in his proportionality. And yet, for being that good in terms of the base of his heart, that soft back in through his rear rib and flank, he's so youthful and neat in terms of his look up front. Love him when you get in behind him. That's a big pinned guy that's really good in the curvature to his upper body. If I'm going to get just a bit picky on him, maybe we could make him just a bit bigger footed. But at the end of the day, I think everything is so smooth. It's so complete and matches so well. I think that's a very high quality class winner. Excited to see him out here in a bit. About 2 and 3 got awfully close. And I'll be the first to tell you this white faced calf isn't necessarily my speed from a body shape and punch perspective, but I thought he was distinctively sounder and more coordinated off both ends of his skeleton. He can give you a really neat look as well. I think we got to bet on him getting just a bit softer in terms of his body cavity and feeding out, but I'd certainly feel more comfortable on his structural base, and that's what gives him the edge. The huskier option is this unique colored one that comes in next. No doubt in my mind, he's the burlier footed one who's bigger in terms of his arm size, bigger in terms of his rib cage, and consequently bigger up high and from behind. My biggest issue with him is we're looking at cattle that are sitting in mid 9 weight. I think he's pretty short in terms of his cannon. The calf's got a good amount of bark on him as well. And I think you look past his maturity, he still needs to handle his spine and his hock that he pulls in better from behind. Cattle, it couldn't be more different in terms of their structural flaws, but both need to be fixed out of their rear end come in next. At the end of the day, I thought there was just a bit more reach off his rear skeleton. The calf that comes next, he's just a bit more laid back in his shoulder and higher necked, but crooked legged steer needs to go a bit better. This calf's a bit straighter, a bit huskier in his body type. Thought there was some challenge there. So if you like him switched, I wouldn't argue with you. Calf coming in next is good, easy feeding in terms of his body type. Young lady's done a great job with him, good down his top line and through his neck. I'm just worried about the way he's dragging his one back leg and the amount of swelling he has. And so that was kind of became his demise. But a great group of kiddos. Let's give him a hand.
Class 26 of 28 is set to enter the ring, and these crossbreds will be from 944 to 975. Your results coming out of Class 25. First goes to Kate Stratman. Second, exhibited by Emma Stahlbaumer. Third to Carter Schmidt. Fourth is to Kane Delatour. Fifth is to Brennan Mickey. And sixth is Brooke Hansen.
Boy, we certainly up the ante in this next class, and two that are incredibly good. Honestly, that third place, I told baby sister down there, she just ended up drawing the wrong class because that calf could have won classes left and right all day, and certainly deserves his piece of the pie eventually because I think he represents good real world cattle. We get back to the top pair though, and I don't think they could differ more just in terms of their type and kind and what they represent. But at the end of the day, the one that's just more my speed is the young man's Baldy. That calf is so good in terms of his shoulder angle, where it sets on his body cavity. I love how smooth he transitions back into a really, really massive forerib, big legged. I think he's just more collected down his top line, leveler out of his hip, and a bit squarer in his foot placement as he leaves you. But boy, you want to talk about one that just has some absolutely out there pieces. It's this young lady's. He is Cobra like in terms of the way he slings his head and neck out of the top side of his shoulder. So tough in terms of his jaw, yet clean up through his front end. Big armed, big muscled. Might be one of the biggest pinned and biggest stifled calves we've seen today. And in the grand scheme of things, his lower joints, he handles it good enough. Is that where I'm going to pick on him? Yeah, I'd love to see him just drive his heel deeper into the dirt, be just a bit square footed as he leaves you. Big picture. I'd like to just strengthen him behind his blade, make him just a bit leveler out of his hip, and smooth him up in his jump muscle. That's an awfully neat one. Congratulations, that young lady. The calf in third's actually better in terms of his heart, softer back in through his rear rib and flank, and hits me as an easier feeding one in relation to the one directly in front of her. And I like the structural integrity and kind this one represents. Boy, you get behind her though, and in relation to the two just absolute powerhouses that were in the group, just gets flatter, just gets narrower, and just gets a bit plainer. But at the end of the day, that's a good looking, good footed show steer that I'd be awfully proud to be a part of. Well, this next duo here, and I think there's some give or take. At the end of the day, I think this one's just a bit softer in terms of his structure, just a bit softer bodied, a good, easy feeding kind of a steer nonetheless. He's pretty pigeon toed up front and probably needs to be just a bit leveler out of his hip and a bit tougher and harder in his muscle. But at the end of the day, I just liked his kind and his athleticism a bit more than old yellow here that's going to come in next. He's certainly bigger backed, bigger ended, harder muscled, more robust in the turn to his body cavity. But when we make him more powerful, I'm not for sacrificing our structure, and that long toed calf just needs to be rocked back in his angles off both ends and more comfortable. We go to the next steer, and he's good from a bone and feature standpoint. In fact, he's not short on muscle when it's time and it's all said and done and he meets his kill day. There's not a doubt in my mind his yield grade would be incredibly well. I just maybe worry about the quality side of things because he's awfully tight in terms of his body cavity. I hope he feeds out and finishes good enough for the young man. Opposite side of the spectrum, we got an easy feeding, soft bodied one here that just needs more punch, more power, more bone, and more presence to go ahead and compete. But congratulations to those kiddos, an awesome group of cattle. Let's give them a hand.
Class 27 set to come in the ring of 28. Class 27 weighs from 980 to 1018. Here's your results of Class 26. First goes to Cutter Prince. Second is to Harley Hansen. Third exhibited by Grayson Kratici. Fourth is to Audrey Person. Fifth to Regan Babcock. Sixth is to Brody Hain. And seventh to Kaylin Risland. Again, this is now Class 27 entering the ring. As tempting as it is, gentlemen, we can't have you peeking through the curtains because it does startle the animals. Thank you.
A really interesting top four here to sort through. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not even sure I did it right at this point. So if you guys have some favorites, by all means, I think you could argue and plead your case. Nevertheless, I think the top four, even top five, represent just a tremendous amount of quality. And it all just depends on what you deem acceptable enough, what you deem more special than the other. And at the end of the day, I felt like the calf that I just kept coming back to, the calf that I felt like had the least amount of problems that I could nitpick on ended up being this wild colored one. I think his proportionality is acceptable. He's really short backed, really chubby middled, big footed, and gives you just such a good fat steer look from the side. You know, I think you study him going away, and I'm not sure his base width or his stifle and lower quarter matches his pin width. But I think that again is being awfully picky. Structurally, in my opinion, of the top four, he takes the lead. I think he's got more than enough punch and does so with an awfully nice look. Thought he needed to go ahead and win the class. Two through fourth, I thought offered just a tremendous amount of differences. Again, this yellow calf, you couldn't draw one better from the side. Reminds me of when I was not paying attention in my college classes and I was drawing cartoon cows there in the corner. His proportionality is acceptable. So slim in terms of his neck, no chest, so incredible in his lower belly. Man, you get in behind him and he's punchy. He's big hipped, he's big backed, big legged. You get him in motion though, and I think that's where I have the most problems or at least question marks. You know, I almost wonder if he's just too soft in terms of his pastern. As a result, he gets too tight in his hip, really wants to hit him hard, and to me, just didn't hit me as enough of an athlete to go ahead and use him. Gray calf that comes in next is intriguing. Man, I wish we would have knocked down his front toes before he came in because his one's pretty long and pretty crooked. I think when you really start analyzing that calf, though, it's hard not to find just a lot of things you like. He's burly, he's husky, he's maybe naturally the shapeliest of the top four. Awesome in terms of his neck carriage. Gets pretty lazy and lackadaisical down his back. Really wants to toe out and sometimes flare his elbow out when he comes right at you. That's a good kind of a steer that I'm a big fan of. Calf coming in next is probably one that gave me the most problems. The young lady's an awesome showman. He's incredibly hairy, but I think when you really start breaking the cattle down, coming and going, he's naturally gauged the narrowest. He's a bit flatter and more closed up in his rib cage. You study his underline. He's got a lot of flank back there, flank hair. I think you look past that in relation to his chest. I'm not sure he balances the same. I think his lack of muscle in relation with that just kind of became a bit his deficit, but a very good top four. Hey, man, you just drew the wrong class here because I think this calf, if he would handle his ankle a bit better, maybe have the fuzz that some of those others do, does a lot of things right. You get him parked, and man, he is sweet looking. He is really dense in terms of his center body. He's big ended. We get him in motion. He's just a bit more twisted in terms of his front end, just a bit more insecure in terms of his ankle and shallower in his heel. And as a result, I don't know if he balances near as good on the move. Looks awesome standing there. We get into the next duo, and again, offer some controversy. This one's quite a bit sounder, bigger legged, and softer bodied. We're going to forfeit some muscle for that. If you want the extra pieces of power and you're willing to sacrifice their legs for it, then you'll like this one better. But both of those kiddos did a bang up job showing. Let's give that class a big round of applause. That was very good.
It's our final class, class 28 of our Crossbred Junior Market Show from 1090 to 1200 pounds. After this class, a selection of 5 deep of our crossbreds. His results out of class 27. First goes to Vienna Cells, second to Dayton Billeters. Third is to Clayton Pribble, fourth exhibited by Hadley Dunclow. Fifth will be to Colton Croker, sixth to Sawyer Sounder, and seventh is going to Reagan Babcock.
This trio on the top end of our heavy cattle here. And I think at the end of the day, the one I'm just the most comfortable with from a freshness, youthfulness, athleticism standpoint is the young man's calf. I'll be honest, I got some question marks in terms of his lower body, if he'll be soft enough and what his end kill weight will be. But I think when you look past that, that thing is sweet necked, big legged, certainly looks the part from the side and big hipped, like just his accuracy and his step as well. A very nice way to go ahead and start. Young man's black calf, I thought was going to make a run for it pretty hard and probably win this class when he first came in the ring because honestly, he's just more my speed in terms of the curvature to his forerib and just his softness and practicality. I think the longer he was out here, though, the more he just wants to slump off in his hip, get kind of outside of himself and uncoordinated off his rear skeleton. And for being weighing around 1050, I think is what they said, he looks awfully mature in terms of his head. That's a really nice calf, though, in terms of extension and the right kind of body type as well. I like the young man's ghost face calf in terms of bone, feature, some stoutness, really good in terms of his rib cage as well. I think his biggest issue is of the top three, he probably looked the plainest up through his head and neck. I think we get him in motion, and he's just a bit straighter on both ends, just a bit shorter in his step, but a very close call there. Congratulations to that young man. We bring in the white calf, and this is a good kind of a steer in terms of having some body shape, having some muscularity. We chalk him up to the cattle at the top end, and it's pretty easy to see. We need to get him grabbing a different gear off his rear skeleton, get him just a bit softer in his structure, but a good kind of a steer nonetheless. Calf that comes in next off the bat, it's just too stilty off both ends and a bit too shallow in terms of his body type. Thought he was just a bit neater in his look. Calf coming in next. He too needs to be sounder when he gets out in motion, comes with more bulk, more muscularity, and more back shape. So it's up to you the way you want to sort those. But a great group of kiddos. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause.
All right, we're going to get them organized there on the backside to bring in for your selection of your crossbreds. Again, we will be going 5 deep on the crossbreds. Here's results out of class 28. First goes to Jace Ritter, second to Garrett Scholes, third is to Knox Schmidt, fourth to Brennan Mickey, fifth is to Sydney Mittling, and sixth is to Lexi Wills.
Well, it's been a beautiful day, and I tell you what, guys, enjoy the rest of the afternoon here at the Classic. We're going to select our champion crossbred. We're going to go 5 deep, as you said, Susan. Then we're going to pick our overall top 10 market animals here. Then we'll let our judge get in the picture backdrop photos, take about 30 minutes, and then we'll get our classic heifer parade and select a champion reserve out of the classic heifers that were purchased, as well as the classic steers. And I know Cactus Jack's is staying around if you guys want to enjoy the evening out here for a while. Cunningham's is going to have the Cowboy Bar Cafe open, and a huge shout out to Prairie Patio Furniture at Broken Bow for providing the chairs over there.
Have you had a chance to just sit for a few minutes in those chairs?
They're wonderful, and they're made in the USA. It's recycled products here. I believe the Amish are who's making those. And check it out. Make sure and give him a shout. He's got all his information over there. Awesome product. And it sure look out good on the deck this summer.
Yeah, my brand new deck that's being put in. So I may have to work on that.
Boy, I tell you what, the crossbreds have been incredibly fun and incredibly deep all the way through. Just wildly impressed at the quality, and I know it's only going to add to what we've got stacked up in the final drive. With that being said, I'm going to keep things short and sweet out here, and I'll show you my top 5 favorites. But before I do so, let's congratulate all of these kiddos in the ring for a job well done.
Congratulations, you're a champion crossbred exhibited by Cutter Prince. And congratulations, your reserve exhibited by Vienna Cells. Congratulations. Third will go to Hartley Hansen. Congratulations. Fourth will go to Dayton Byletter. And to round out our top five for the crossbred, congratulations to Clayton Pribble. All right, give us a second. We got to get those five crossbreeds back around the other side of the curtain and get everybody organized. And we'll be hitting our now supreme drive for our champion market animal. Just a quick side note, we're going to have a lot of kids in the ring. If we can avoid peeking through the curtains, that would really help keeping those animals a little extra calm.
Well, Susan, you don't get a day off yet tomorrow. Tomorrow, you got to join us back here as our breeding heifer show will get started right away at 8:30 in the morning. And I know the girls will post the breeding heifer show order on the bulletin boards here later. It'll be on the Classic Facebook. And of course, if you're following along in the Showman app, they will have the show order posted there as well.
And you know what I think is so neat? I've met a bunch of youth. This is the first time they've ever showed. The winter edition is their first opportunity, and some of them for the first time with animals because maybe they were purchased at one of the sales this week. So a lot of excitement to be seen as those heifers hit the ring tomorrow morning.
It is, and it's beautiful outside. The sun is shining. We went and checked it out. I mean, and tomorrow is supposed to be Caribbean's telling us 50 some degrees tomorrow.
Yeah, the weather guys call it a car wash alert day.
Lots of fun here at the Classic. And again, a huge thank you to all of you for taking the time to come to town, taking the time to bring your kids here, get them involved in an awesome program. Make sure you're looking at the Classic Reward program if you purchased a steer or heifer here. Lots of things happening throughout the year, a lot of industry tours. You've heard us talking about this past summer. We had the opportunity to go down to Planner Works and really appreciate Cody and Heath Robinson and their partners that allowed us to come down there, learn about their operation, and lots of unique things that go on with the Classic. So get your kids involved. And you know, Susan, you were ringside the other night when one of our consigners in our breed sales was talking about the importance of these junior programs. And he said, fellas, get involved. It's cheaper than bail money.
Very well put. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give these folks a round of applause as they enter the show ring for the selection of your champion market animal here at NCC The Classic. Representing the heifers will be Clayton Pribble, the Angus, McKinley Stoller, the Composite Charolais, Adam Elfs, the Key, Cutler Prince, the Gelbvieh Balancer is Easton Bose, the Hereford is Landon Linneman, Maine-anjou is Addison Stump, Maintainer goes to Weston Robinson, the Shorthorn is Jada Wood, Shorthorn Plus is Knox Sells, the Percentage Simmental, Josie Johnson, and your crossbred coming in at first was Cutter Prince.
Well, this has been just incredibly fun to get to come out here today and work through your kids. And I tell you, I have just been absolutely blown away by the quality that we've seen throughout here. I think they told me the number is about 150, and I think all the way through, just incredibly deep. I'm awfully excited about the lineup that we're going to have that's going to represent here in the final. And I'm glad that they do a top 10 because they certainly think there's cattle that a different show might be left back in the barn that certainly deserves some praise and some recognition. I just want to thank the show staff for being just so nice and having me come out here. Again, I've thoroughly enjoyed my time. About the best set of ring help as well, and that's a thankless job. So if you could, let's give one round of applause for all of the ring help and people that help put on this event. Not much for grand drive speeches, so I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I'm going to go show you my favorites, but before I do so, let's give one last round of applause for the kids because they've done outstanding.
Representing the Crossbreds, congratulations to Cutter Prince. Cutter, if you can please stay in the ring. And we're going to have you guys, as you are pulled, we're going to have you go over to the rail, go clear to the corner by Jeremy. And Jeremy, run it with like them tight against the fence. So now coming in for the Crossbreds will be your second place, Vienna Cells.
You know, as she's selecting her second, let's put our hands together and give her a huge thank you, guys, for being here in Nebraska and working with our kids in the market show today.
Congratulations, your reserve champion market animal that comes out of the Crossbred. That's Vienna Cells. That'll bring you our third place from Crossbred to enter the ring, exhibited by Harley Hansen. For the percentage simmentals, Josie Johnson will be your third overall market animal. Stepping in to represent now the percentage simmentals will be your reserve, Aspen Cooster. Your fourth overall also comes out of the percentage simmental, Aspen Cooster. Your fifth overall will go to Harley Hansen. So bringing in from the Crossbreds, your fourth, exhibited by Dayton Byletter. Representing the Heifers, Clayton Pribble. That'll bring Vienna Sells in for reserve. That was Dayton, wasn't it? Yeah. No. That should be. The next one should be Dayton. So I'll leave this one open. Eighth will be your Shorthorn Plus, Knox Cells. So to step in for the Shorthorn Plus, your reserve exhibited by Lauren Johnson. Is ninth? Okay, we're off a number. Yeah, because
Yep, top 10 stay in here for just a minute. We'll stack them in the middle of the ring. Kinsey will guide. We'll put our Supreme Market, work our way down to 10th. So give us just a moment. We'll let our photographers get lined up.
You know, Ryan, let's give these kids another round of applause.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and congratulate our top 10 market animals here today.
Yeah, so that was seventh. I was right there. Okay. So then seventh overall went. No, I don't.
Okay, Kinsey and Cruz, stack them in the middle. Find out where your photographers want to start the line.
So your 8th overall goes to Clayton Pribble. 9th overall is to Knox Sells. And 10th overall is to Cutter Prince. Congratulations again to our top 10 market exhibitors. Stick around because we do have two more shows, the Classic Premier Heifer Selection and the Classic Premier Steer Show. The plan is to start at 4:45.
You guys can get your banners, the Supreme and Reserve. You get a bucket of Cool Zone, sponsored by Cooper Feeds. Make sure and stop and tell Jody thank you. She sponsored these to the Supreme and the Reserve. Then you'll get feed pans, the banners, and your cash awards will be mailed. So, banners and awards at the backdrop. Congratulations to everyone. Well, if we can get everybody to kind of gather back around, our judge is done taking photos with the top 10 market animals. And now we're going to bring back all of our purchases from this week at the Classic. And our judge will have the challenge. We've got a few classes of heifers, and it'll be her discretion to select however many out of each class. We'll come back for a final drive where she'll just give me a top two. But we're going to hear from each one of these boys and girls, their name, where they're from, and what sale they purchased their heifer at. So as soon as they get the first class wrapped up here, ready to roll, we're going to roll right into our classic heifer class. All right, we'll get our judge back down here in the center of the ring. This time they'll come in ring staff, make a complete circle, bring the first one back to me over here. Well, as all of these young boys and girls are gathering in here, they purchased these heifers the last few days here at the Classic, and several of them may be registered, commercial, and they're gearing up for their own projects this summer. So I'm going to go around. I want you to introduce yourself, tell me where you're from, how old you are, and what sale you bought your animal in.
Olivia Austrian, 10.
Where do you live? What's your address?
By Mason City.
By Mason City. Great. What'd you buy at the Classic?
A Hereford heifer
Awesome. What's your plans with your Hereford heifer?
to breeder.
Good. Good luck with your Hereford heifer. How are you doing, young man?
I have one question.
One question. So you're filling in for a young lady, and so that's all right. You go ahead and tell me your name, how old you are, and where you're from.
Blake Brown, 17, and from around Aurora, Nebraska.
Great. Do you know what Kinley's plans are? Is she going to the Gelbvieh Junior National?
Yes.
Great. Thanks for filling in for her today. How are you doing, miss?
Good.
Good. So give me your name and how old you are.
Jane Thompson, 13,
Where are you from, Jaden?
or Nebraska.
So what'd you buy at the Classic this year?
Angus heifer.
So what's your plans with your Angus heifer?
Show it at County Fair.
Good luck with your heifer. Hello, miss.
I'm Avery,
Where are you from, Avery?
Syracuse, Nebraska.
What'd you buy at the Classic?
An Angus heifer.
Good. Good luck with your Angus heifer. How you doing today, young man?
Good. Ethan Benish, Juniata, Nebraska. Not 10 years old.
10 years old. So tell me, what'd you buy at the Classic?
A Shorthorn.
A Shorthorn. How's that going to work with all those charolais you got at home?
I don't know. It's my grandpa's.
Oh, that was good. I'm glad your grandpa got you involved in the scholarship program. Hello, miss. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Your name? How old are you?
Maya Bremmels, a 12-year-old. Courage, Nebraska.
What'd you buy?
A Shorthorn heifer.
Good luck with your heifer. How are you doing, sir?
Good.
Good. Tell me your name and how old you are.
I'm Blake Day, and I'm 11 or 13 years old.
13. Did you just have a birthday?
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday. So tell us, what'd you buy at the Classic?
I bought a Hereford heifer
Awesome. What's your plans with your Hereford heifer?
to breed her and get calves out of her.
Awesome. Well, let's put our hands together and wish all of these boys and girls good luck with their projects. The judge has the challenge of selecting however many she wants out of this class to come back, and then we'll get you guys involved in our scholarship program. And several of you have been a part of it. And you know what? This year, the Classic Board presented over $24,000 in rewards back to boys and girls. Plus, we're already making a plan of what great tour we're going to go on. So we're going to have a lot of fun.
Alrighty. Well, congratulations to all of you guys. You bought a cow this weekend. That's pretty fun. I didn't even get to do that. But this program seems to be incredible, and just the support and everybody rallying behind you kids and making sure that you have opportunities all the way up to purchasing an animal, to trips, and then scholarship money, of course. Just love to see everything being given back to the kids in this state and this community. With that being said, I think you guys should all be proud of your purchase. And this is just the beginning, right? So a lot of things can change. I'm going to go show you 3 of them that we're going to have bring back to the finals. But before I do so, man, let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
We will have you guys exit out over here at this gate, and Alicia has something for everybody. The 3 that are coming back, if you guys want to go ahead and go back out behind the curtain and stage back there, that'll be great. They're going to hold, so Peyton, they can go ahead and go back over there. They can let them go back on that side. It'll be fine.
All right, Ronette, coming back from class 1 will be Olivia Ostrand, Avery Krause, and Blake Day.
We're ready for our second class of classic heifers. Make a circle all the way around and come back to me. You can stay in here with him, Dad. Everybody just got these purchases and getting used to the animals and settling in with them. Okay, young lady, give me your name and what sale you made your purchase in.
Whoa, that's last. Sorry. Off from the Gelbvieh balancer sale.
Great, and good luck. You know, we talked about the Gelbvieh Balancer has a tremendous program where they have a futurity and a reward. If you go to Junior National and you win a division, you have the opportunity at over $10,000 back. So good luck to you this summer. Give me your name, your age, and where you're from.
Jackson Snell, 17, from Red Cloud, Nebraska.
What'd you buy this week, Jackson?
The champion AOB heifer.
What's your plans with this fancy female?
Show her all summer and raise herd bulls for our ranches.
Good luck. How are you doing, young lady?
Good.
Good. Give me your name, your age, where you're from, and what'd you buy at the Classic?
Jada Wood, 15, from McCook, Nebraska, and the charolais heifer.
Good luck. What's your plans with your awesome charolais heifer?
Just to show her mostly all summer.
Good luck. How are you doing, sir?
Good.
Good. Tell me your name, how old you are, and where are you from?
William Podolak, 16, and I'm from Bellwood, Nebraska.
Well, what'd you buy at the Classic?
Limousine heifer.
So what's your plans with your Limmy?
Show her and then start my own herd with her.
That sounds like an awesome idea. Make sure you get in our reward program, okay? Good luck with your heifer. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Good. Give us your name, how old you are, and where you're from.
I'm Tanner Hansen. I'm 18. I'm from Laurel, Nebraska.
Great. You know, Tanner, you were in our senior division and you got presented a award last night. How much money did you win back?
$2,000.
Well, good luck this year. Look forward to working with you again. How are you, sir?
Good.
What's your name? How old are you and where are you from?
Brody Hine, 14, and from Bertrand, Nebraska.
What'd you buy this year at the Classic?
A percentage simmental
Wonderful. What's your plans with your heifer?
to raise heifers.
Good luck. Make sure you get in our reward program, okay? So your name, how old you are, and where you're from.
I'm Rachel Martinson. I'm 18 and I'm from Humphrey.
Awesome. What'd you buy this year at the Classic?
The champion simmental heifer.
And you got an award last night. How much money did you get back?
$500.
Good luck with your heifer. How are you doing over here?
Good.
Good. So give me your name. How old are you?
I'm Cooper and I'm 9.
Well, you're doing an awful good job with your heifer. I'm going to look forward to seeing you on some tours this summer and doing the scholarship interview.
Yeah, I will be doing that.
Well, that'll be great. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all these boys and girls on their purchases.
Again, another awesome group of kiddos, and it's refreshing to hear their plans of getting their cattle they purchased back into their own herds, or maybe even establishing their own herds. Now, with that being said, I think there's 3 of them that kind of stuck out in my mind. I'm going to go show you them, and then we'll bring them back to the finals here shortly.
Okay, here's our final class of boys and girls that purchased heifers this year at the Classic.
Run it as your class 3 is coming in. Here's who's coming back out of class 2. Kinley Eckhoff, Jackson Snell, and Cooper Victor.
How are you doing, sir?
Good.
Good. So give me your name. Tell me how old you are and what'd you buy at the Classic.
Corbin Coons, 10 years. I'm 10 years old and I bought a Maine-anjou.
Awesome. And I think I presented you with a check last night. Do you remember how much money you got?
$2,000.
$2,000. Well, good luck with your heifer, and we'll look forward to working with you in the scholarship program. How are you, young lady?
Good.
Good. Give me your name, how old you are, and where are you from?
Brooklyn Evans, 17 years old, in Bertrand, Nebraska.
What'd you buy at the Classic?
Maine-anjou.
What is your plans with your heifer?
Hopefully show her at county fair.
Well, good luck. You got a nice heifer. How you doing, sir?
Good.
Good. So give me your name. How old are you and where are you from?
Dustin Douglas, 12, in Merritt County.
Yes, and I believe I gave you a cash award. You were in the program last year. Do you remember how much money did you win back?
500.
Good job. Good luck with your heifer. How are you doing, young lady?
I'm good.
Good. Give us your name. How old are you and where are you from?
My name is Lexi Johnson. I'm 18 and from Gothenburg, Nebraska.
Wonderful. Tell me, what'd you buy this year?
I bought a fancy heifer from Prospect Hill, and I haven't disappointed you yet when I said I'd make a champion for you.
You have not, and you did an awesome job. You won our senior division. How much money did you win back?
Well, I won 3,000 from the Classic, and Gary Moracek at Pony Express gave me another 15.
Congratulations. And that's awesome. That is just has to do with the sponsors that are involved in the classic. How are you doing, young lady?
I'm good.
Good. Give me your name. How old are you and where are you from?
I'm Megan Lassen. I'm 13 and I'm from Overton, Nebraska.
And what'd you buy this year?
I bought a fancy heifer.
Well, what's your plans with her?
I'm going to show her as a market heifer.
That's exciting. And I think you won an award yesterday too, didn't you?
I did. I won $2,000 from the scholarship program.
Wonderful. Congratulations and good luck with your heifer. How are you doing, young lady?
I'm pretty good.
Good. And I know you're filling in for a showman out here. And so I'm going to put you on the spot. You're involved in a program for next year. Tell us what program you're involved in and what breeder you got partnered with.
I'm in the AYC program and I got involved with the Gelbvieh breed.
You did. You're a part of the Aspiring Young Cattlemen program, and you have the honor to work with JJ Beeler at Orleans. So make sure and enjoy that. And thanks for filling in for Miss Brown. How you doing over here, Miss?
Good.
Good. Give me your name. How old are you and where are you from?
I'm Brooke Hanson. I'm 11 years old. I'm from Lowell, Nebraska.
Good. What'd you buy this year?
A commercial heifer.
What's your plans?
To raise nice show cattle with her.
Wonderful. Well, good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for this group of kids.
An awesome group of cattle all the way through. You guys should be awfully proud of your purchases. Again, I'm just one girl one day with one opinion. So I'm excited to see how you guys progress and move forward. But I think in my mind, there's two out here that just stand out that they need to make the cut for the finals. I'm going to go show you those and then we'll get to working on our finals here in a second. But let's give these kiddos another round of applause.
Well, again, I'm looking forward to working with all these boys and girls all summer on the scholarships and tours and reward program. And now we'll get our top few selections back in here. And our judge has the challenge of selecting two for me. And I appreciate her working with this group of kids.
And congratulations, out of Class 3 will be Caitlin Evans and Lexi Johnson.
Well, besides the different products and awards and banners the kids have won in this division, there is $500 that'll be presented back to the classic heifer and $250 to the reserve. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you one more time. Let's put our hands together. Thank Kylie for being here and working with all of these youth all day long.
We get out here, and again, I cannot iterate enough how blessed you guys are to have a program, to have people in your corner that believe in you, and are giving you these kind of opportunities as far as, heifer scholarship opportunities, different trips, the ability to go travel and see different facets of our industry. You guys probably don't realize it, but that's rare, and that doesn't always happen in all states. And so, hats off to you guys here for making that a priority and giving back to the kids and giving them that opportunity. Because, like I said, you don't see that everywhere. We get down here to our top two heifers. I'm going to go show you. I think they're both very, very high quality. Best of luck to all of you guys if you're showing in the heifer show tomorrow and with all of your future endeavors. No matter what you guys do, I know your future is going to be incredibly bright. And this heifer is just a tool to keep you learning, keeping you engaged, and to keep building the right kind of life lessons to become better people. So, with that being said, I'm going to go show you my two favorites. But before I do so, let's give them one last round of applause.
We do want you two girls to go to the picture backdrop and you'll get your banners and things over there. And Susan, tell us who our classic heifer and reserve are.
Congratulations to Lexi Johnson. She had the fancy heifer. She represented Class 3 along with Caitlin Evans. She also had a fancy maintainer out of Class 3.
Wonderful. Congratulations to everyone. And now we've got one class of classic steers. So we'll get those in here and we'll select a champion and reserve champion out of our classic steer purchases. These steers were just purchased last night. And there's crossbreds, maybe some reserves, but we got one class of classic steers. And I just need the top two. All right, we're ready. We're going to bring our steers in. Take a full lap all the way around and you'll come back to me. We know she just got him last night. If there's someone that's on the outside of the fence that wants to come in and help her, go on, come in and help her out. That'd be great.
Jeremy's coming out.
Feel free to just stay right with her, Jeremy. That's great. All right, young lady, give me your name, how old you are, and where you're from.
Emma Strawbummer. I'm 14 and I'm from Oconto, Nebraska.
So, what'd you buy this year at the Classic?
A crossbred steer.
Wonderful. So, tell me, where's your county fair?
Custer County.
And are you thinking of taking him on to State Fair or Exarban?
Maybe.
Maybe. Well, good luck with your project. How are you, young lady?
Good.
Good. So, you bought a couple things this year. Tell me, what steer did you buy?
I bought a Hereford steer.
Wonderful. So, are you planning to show him at the Hereford show in Lexington this summer?
Yeah, I am.
That'll be good because they got a great futurity program to get involved in too. Good luck with your Hereford steer. How are you, young lady?
Good. How about you?
Good. So give me your name. How old are you and where are you from?
I'm Paisley and I'm 16 and I'm from Ravenna.
Wonderful. So are you going to show at the Buffalo County Fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. And you better make sure you go on to Lexington this summer too. The Hereford Association's got a great opportunity there. Plus, get involved in the Classic program.
Yes, I.
Good luck. So you got something bought there, sir?
Yeah.
So what'd you buy?
Hereford steer.
So what's your plans with your Hereford steer?
State show and county fair, state fair and Exarban.
Good. So you're going to get involved in the reward program?
Yes.
Wonderful. Look forward to working with you. I forgot to ask, give us your name and how old you are and where you're from.
I'm Graydon Forbes. I'm 15 years old and I'm from Kearney.
Great. Good luck with your steer. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. So give me your name. How old are you and where are you from?
My name is Lander Forbes, and I'm from Kearney, Nebraska, and I got a market steer.
Wonderful. Where are you going to show your steer?
Here at a county fair, Exarban State Fair.
Did you kind of one up your brother over there?
Yes.
Well, good luck with that. How you doing, young lady?
Pretty good.
Good. So thanks for filling in again. I know the young lady I think that bought this steer, she's dancing somewhere. So tell me a little bit about this aspiring young cattleman program that you're going to be a part of. What do you hope to gain with that this summer?
I hope to gain some new experiences, go to Gelbvieh Junior Nationals, and I hope to go to the Gelbvieh State Show and a few pop-up shows with my new heifer.
Good. Thanks again for filling in for that showman. How you doing over here, young lady?
I'm thinking it's pretty good.
Well, good. I'm glad you're thinking that. So tell me your name, how old are you, and where are you from?
I'm Aubrey Billiter. I'm 10 years old and I'm from Loomis, Nebraska.
Good. Well, you sure bought a nice steer last night. My advice is I wouldn't get too worried about, he's had a big day and he don't know you yet. So you take him home and get to know him, and I bet you'll have a lot of fun, don't you think?
Yeah.
Well, good luck with your steer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and wish all these boys and girls good luck with their steers this summer.
Well, I had the privilege of judging a good handful of these in the show today. And I tell you, a lot of them are at the top end of their class. They look the part, they look good. And I cannot express enough how much I wish you guys good luck, good fortune as you guys continue to go on down the road. So, congratulations. And I think being a part of this program is probably one of the better things you could have done for yourself. And I'm just so excited to see the growth and the opportunities that are continuing to be presented your way. So, let's give these kiddos a big hand and I'll show you my two favorites.
Well, congratulations to our steers top two. Make sure you go to the picture backdrop. Alicia has all your goods. Good luck to all of you. And Susan, tell us who our lucky winners are in our classic steer division, winning $500 and $250.
Well, champion is Aubrey Billiter. She had lot 4 out of the steer sale, and a reserve went to Lander Forbes, who had lot 17. So we're back at it tomorrow morning, folks. We will be back to be showcasing our breeding heifer show at 8:30 tomorrow morning.